I don't think there's been a Windows update since the last time I did this. So hopefully things should be okay. Let's just tell the world that stream announcements. Yes, hello, pistachios. You're waiting. Good. Going.
Yippee.
We're doing it. It's working out. All right. Cool. Excellent. Just imagine. Well, let's not jinx anything, and let's get going.
All right. You want me to do a recap?
Please.
All right. Welcome everyone to Dreads of the Dragon Coast session, whatever the hell that we're playing. Session 147 specifically. If you missed last session, well, you missed a combat. It was a very lengthy combat. It involved a lot of powers. It involved reality tearing. With many players involved in it, from Tiamat to Thay to the Winter Court, the Unseelie Court to Nobanian to the Far Realm. But when everything was resolved, when the dust cleared, and the tear in reality ebbed away, the survivors, a green dragon, a black dragon, and a fucking adventuring party, found themselves in the western Gulfmere region. The energy from the ritual, from Yinka's ritual, dissipated by being absorbed through Nobanian, till Raxus's body collapsed, barely intact. And that's that. No one else survived. That's where we left off last session.
That is pretty much where we left off last session. Now,
the black dragon fucked off to do things. The green dragon went to watch over the blue dragon and think.
Being level 30 now. being level 30 now has some consequences. Which includes that, yes, we have completed a goal, but I suppose goals can no longer really have a tangible reward, because experience points are,
I'm so glad.
less important now.
Yeah.
That said,
we leveled up to level 30, as Manikai noted.
It might still help me to keep track of what you guys want to do. But, I don't know that you have a lot of them. Currently, we have obtained the Orb of Storms.
Eri, I'll answer for her, wants to hunt that bitch Yinka. I believe that's the exact phrasing that she wants to use. You agree, Eri? Damn. Can't even hear anything from Eri.
I think it's because she's not saying anything.
Well, yeah. But she would have said something at this point, right?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Welcome. Hello, welcome back. We were missing you there for a moment.
Yes, well, yes, that's my goal. That's exactly the wording that I want.
Oh,
okay.
The Yenka thing, not being
yes,
missed.
And also, yes, my screen did just black out, so I'll be right back.
Cool, alright. It's good thing we prepared for that. Okay. Hunt Yenka down. Let's see. How hard is that?
Yeah. Hunt down that bitch Yenka. Hunt that bitch Yenka down.
Hunt down, yeah, I mean, alright. That bitch, sure. Am I gonna refrain from foul language at this point? Alright. Well, all things considered, I'm gonna go with Easy here. Much higher level than her. got the black network, got a lot of resources to pull, and like if that's really the goal, right? If you put
Yeah.
everything behind it, then
She's a diviner, not an illusionist.
yeah, like she can do a lot of stuff. She's very resourceful and incredibly intelligent, and has a lot of resources, but a lot of those have just been sort of
Expended.
taken from her. And Mysticatrix is absolutely excellent at this. You know, what are we gonna say? It's not gonna be dangerous for Mysticatrix herself to hunt her down.
Better at hunting her down than Zaztam. Incredible.
You know, at this point, yeah, probably. The fans have this thing where they all wear very brightly colored robes and tattoos that really give away who they are. And then they also make enemies of everyone. So it's sort of not that easy to infiltrate.
Yeah, I'm looking for a half dragon in voluminous red robes. Can you help me?
Could I be putting that? Yinka has been on the run for a long time, but who knows? Maybe someone else will find him. Does Emisuri have anything she wants to accomplish?
Nah.
Nah.
She applied herself way too much.
Alright. Just yeah, that's fair. Go back, smell the flowers.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright. Well, then that's that, I suppose. Beyond that, let's give Ari a moment to return here before I
Sure.
we can just spin up what happens, because quite a momentous thing has happened here. You know, not insignificant.
Mm-hmm. From one adventuring party, you know, in Naflek City, to the dazed survivors who witnessed what happened around Jacinta.
I mean, Jacinta.
To the Liches when they reform and convey the story of what happened to the Lich Lord of Thay.
Oh, we don't have a dragon god now, and we don't have any wizards, and the Thayans really, really don't like us. It's a bad day to wake up on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How is
I can see.
the screen? Yeah.
It's decidedly less pretty, but it actually works. So
You know,
Oh.
you know, sometimes it's not the exterior, but the interior.
It's the art
and I guess
direction.
sometimes, you
I
know,
think as you
get
get older, you
caught
learn
up in
to
looks.
respect reliability.
Yeah, I think so.
The old ways are best.
You know,
Yeah, they were just very flaky all the time. Didn't work out.
All right then. So I guess before either of us players launch into doing anything, tell us what's what.
well, the immediate aftermath is a bit of stunned silence, right? No one jumps you. No one contacts you. All because the people, like, you know, no one is really sure what exactly happened. So if you have anything you want to do in the immediate aftermath, then please, because
Okay.
I want to let you get a chance for that before.
Sure. It's gonna be a 10-day for my character. You know, not just like recover up to full, but also watching over the blue dragon until like folks from like Feyland like scoop up the blue dragon. And she says like I'm gonna want him back, and they go. Yeah. Just spending the time a lot in reflection over what's happened basically like in a bit over a year from bringing down the undead stone giant to bringing down Cairnheim to bringing down Valignith and Tiamat, whose domain includes chromatic dragons, to you know, there's a lot to process, and it's going to take some days. Yeah. And to winding down from, you know, the determination of all the draconic, you know, power that she had ingested, still sitting on 10 draconic essence. There's a lot to reflect over.
What the fuck? 10?
10. I've never rejected a compulsion, Ari.
And barely
Never
spent it
spent them
otherwise.
either. Yeah, no.
No
Well,
effort wasted.
It reflects how well the dragon has been at embracing their nature, right?
I
I
feel
am
like I'm
nature.
even better. I just use it again.
Yeah, she has to look away from her natural needs to go and do stuff that's effective.
That's true. Like murder.
Inherently, I suppose she would just want to hang out in an acid pool and like
That would be great.
and the
You
nature
know,
does that a lot.
it's exfoliating
Yeah,
is
but,
what we call it.
yeah, I figured it would be at least a 10-day, but I can have it take longer. I don't need to go into any immediate action.
All right. What about Nemain here? I mean, having returned conveniently to the region.
Yes. First of all, that was an incredible coincidence. So, clearly someone out there looking out for us. Um,
Who?
we- no, I don't think so. Yes, but my general experience is currently pretty cool, pretty bad. I think the main will, yeah, of course, travel back, make sure that everything is as it is. You know, frown over Manshoon's shoulder, and you know, tell him what she has been up to, in a threatening manner, so that he understands that, she has killed one of his clones again, and it wasn't even hard.
Yeah, no, he
And
rubs his hands. He's very satisfied. And those wimps are, the hard part is hunting them down.
mm-hmm. But uh, he's waiting for that tailspin, and he better make himself useful soon.
He hasn't been.
I mean, I haven't gotten seems like he's just doing his own thing.
He does that a lot, But
Yeah, you know? And it's like, if you're gonna be representing my organization, doing your own thing in a way that doesn't annoy me is not enough. I need profit,
mhm.
you know?
Mm.
And well,
Yeah, I mean, the real truth is that the things have been happening very quickly here, and
yes. Well, the
know.
Cicatrix is, not influenced by Silver Dragon anymore. But
Yeah.
she still wants benefits for the
Falls
world.
into philosophy. Is evil bad for business?
Eh, I
Or
think that business is
fear.
business, and morality.
Yeah,
Yeah,
morality and business, they don't have to intersect.
no, two different Venn diagrams. Um, they don't even touch each other. They're not even on the same page. Yeah, basically she'll touch up with all the spaces. Go to Westgate, of course. See, Cassell doesn't annoy me either, but I'd like her more, so it's okay. It's like, I don't know. She seems to be. I'm sure she's making something that's good. In Westgate, and once touching bases and making sure that people are subservient and fearful, and also productive. She'll go back to be a giant nerd and study the ritual, or at
So,
least even just hanging out at the ritual
so I think
and by
there's.
her throne.
So it sounds like she's sort of taking a 10 day or two to check up on things and reconnect. Yeah, and then,
Yes, also security, because we did just slay a bunch of liches.
yes. All right.
So,
Then
practicing that magic circle ritual is.
some things in life are so constant. Like say she has had an annoyance, like a small part of her brain that's been kind of annoyed all the time. She's kind of learned to ignore it at this point.
Mhm.
And finds suddenly that it's suddenly much less present and much less annoying.
But what is it?
Yeah, it's finds yourself a little happier than normal, perhaps a little more able to focus on things, only to then figure it out and think, wait, turns out that Apple is not that close anymore. There's a part of her brain that constantly tells her to go and like kill Yaffel's current incarnation and reclaim that divine soul,
Yes,
But
where is she?
she's further away across the sea of fallen stars somewhere.
Yeah. Where,
Uh, No longer in Cormia for certain.
oh.
And again, the
Well,
closer you
yeah,
get,
is he in Chicenta?
in that direction at least,
Yeah, yeah.
sort of somewhere to the east.
Interesting.
Beyond that, there's a throne that's been moved into her house,
Yes.
where she can interrogate.
And I'm not just enthused by that because it's a throne. It is a very useful throne. Yeah. All right. I mean, the secretary should go through the hoops, Okay, well, it makes sense that she was. The first is, of course, like, why is she doing that? And I said, okay, well, no. A summoning of Tiamat did just happen there.
Mhm.
And a chosen of Tiamat or whatever disappeared. Avatar War. There's probably still war there, honestly. It's gonna be a big chaos. If she thinks that a destiny is something about dragons, well, there's a lot of dragons trying to take control there. That's probably why, right? Probably. Uh, yes.
All right.
She will send some spies.
You have a
I'm
bit
going
of yeah, all
straight
right.
to the Black Network. Hey.
I mean, the Black Network isn't super into Chisenta over there really,
No.
but yeah, your boats come and go. It'll take in a month or two, she'll have some information
That's
about what's going on
useless.
there.
Okay. Well, I do still want to know what is happening there,
Of
because
course.
I want the aftermath. As much me, the player, well, really more the player than
I can tell,
the signature.
presumably, a lot of the enemies. I mean, the alliance with Akenul might not hold anymore.
Yeah.
The Thayans might come for those like rebels that have been hiding in there. Some people are angry that their god was killed. It's for certain going to be this. And maybe the locals are like, wait, so the Dragon Lord died? So we don't have to be, absolute bootlicking slaves, all of us? Some of them might have an opinion about that. But, yeah, chaos and destruction is sort of what.
Yeah, what they're
course over
used
there,
to.
yeah.
That's basically the land. You just
Alright.
said as much, like even
So,
what they're sitting on is
So,
just.
so giant nerddom.
Yes. Well, also the brief worry that Jaffel is somehow gonna meet Jinka, which that would not be great.
Huh.
But surely she's smart enough to have left the region, probably, maybe. Oh God, there's so many rebel-bred wizards. Like,
Well, probably fewer now by the hour.
hey, yeah.
So the Black Dragon goes from like, what happened while I was gone, to immediately tumbling into paranoia and
Yes.
and deep-seated like concerns and worries. Just like
about things that really are out of her control. But yes, and then she will direct her attention after being very frustrated and angry that she doesn't know the answer to these questions and that no people are ready with the answers to her question right there and then. But then it occurs to her that she does have a tool that can give her some answers. And
just immediately going to the hags and shaking them.
Yeah, all right.
Yes. Yeah, that you know what? I was thinking of the throne, but that's much better. I'm going to the hex.
Well, the throne doesn't know current information, which is what you
No,
want
I was
answers to
gonna go
currently.
into the other stuff, but let's go to the hex. That's much better, Curtis. That is
I just level 30. You're seeing like the differences. Like one
Yeah.
dragon's just like contemplative and like reflecting on like the consequences of everything and what's happened over the past couple of years, and willfully like sticking your claw inside the eye of a god who views like your entire like species
Yeah,
as
I'm
under
over
her
it.
domain, and then you have like just, like tumble into like paranoia and let's get to fucking work. I gotta do everything.
Because I'm gonna do anything myself. All these people are idiots. Yeah,
There's no time!
immediately.
What do I have, like,
Immediately
25
after,
years later?
after having killed a bunch of godly things, just
Yeah.
where's that wizard?
Yeah, what's
wonder.
next?
Gotta check my mail.
What the fuck is that wizard? Yeah,
Alright,
she
well,
go to the next.
Sure.
Yeah, Mother Suga, you know. And I suppose she'll tell her first about Yenka in the hopes that this will somehow narrow down
Sure.
the evil
mean,
dragon
yeah,
lady.
You basically
know,
you tell
Red
the
Dragon.
coven of your query, and then they go and stand together in a weird
Send burn
swamp and have
things and-
have a magical dreaming seance sort of situation.
Yeah.
And then they come with some answer to your query.
Yes.
That's sort of how hag magic works. Very powerful. Can answer. I mean, technically, it has an opinion about all things, but
Hmm.
also not necessarily super clear all the time.
Yes, that has been my experience, at least.
All right, yeah, you should refresh your company token and then make a gather information roll.
Yes. Ooh. Let's delete all this shit. And gather information is influence and sovereignty. Is that right?
Yeah, being informed is influence and sovereignty.
All right. Let's go.
8 dice.
I know. Double
So,
9.
what's your question, actually? I know it's exciting to roll the
Where-
dice, but
Where is she?
where is Yenka?
Yes. Now we're in the home of the
Yeah. Let me reach into my
ancient
book of
small.
Let me
of
just
hag
think about
prophecy.
the how. So it's 9s. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I generally roll really low on these rolls, which, comes out in some half-assed poetry out there that the hags give me,
All right, let's see here. They saw her at the edge of life, balancing a knife's edge, where on one side is death, and the other side is what she desires. Yet she cannot escape this knife, not by herself. She's not strong enough.
Wait, that's emotionally. I want her location. All right. She has the edge of the knife,
Yeah.
balancing between life and death.
Mhm.
That's.
If she
Mhm.
makes a misstep, she's gone and done for.
I wonder if she's in Thay. That seems.
Well, clearly, the nation of Aglaron's image looks like a blade, so when you kind of think about it, it's like a Daggerfall sort of situation. Aaron.
Oh, right.
I'm
Oh.
just fucking with you. I don't fucking know. You expect me to translate a hag prophecy? It's your
So
thing.
say I need to give them some general geographic lessons.
It's hag prophecy.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
How is it your black dragon is still shaking these hags demanding specifics from hag prophecy?
The truth is, Grim, is that I could just do a divining ritual myself, but I refuse to because I have hags for a reason. Damn it! And that's not my job.
Your job. Yeah, that's what it
It's
is.
their job.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna go get high and in a swamp. That just sounds pretty good. That's my dragon. No. All right. Well, the Sigiswigs didn't expect much, truth to be told. At least in her mind, it's like, well, all right. Seems like she's not having a good time, at least, you know? And that's something to cherish a bit. And she'll entertain the thought that maybe Yanka knows that she is ready to strike at any notice of her. Maybe it's not just the Aether, but
Seems
also
likely.
the main.
Cicatrix has not been
So-
subtle about her feelings for
Well-
Bianca.
No. I mean,
Please for mercy up the Great Dragon. Oh, please help me.
yeah.
Please protect me. It might work, actually.
Hmm. Nah. Yeah. All right. Well,
All right, so Manikai wanted to know what we might be doing immediately before he transitioned to more storytelling, and that's what you got. Contemplation and everything.
and
Yeah.
everything.
And then,
Yes.
and then,
If you want to do exposition before I start questioning dead people, it's a good time.
I assume that's what you're gonna be doing. But what happens, sort of,
Yes.
soon after, is that you'll be informed that while you've been gone, the Queen has requested and this is like, I want to stress this. That's not how queens work. They don't request things. Has requested to talk to Nemain, using that name
Okay.
specifically, to discuss the royal deity dynamic that's going to be going on.
What?
Clearly, that's some untreaded territory. It will say that apparently she has discovered in Colmir a cult of Nemain, which has been beginning to grow, and
Oops.
it just sort of, it's a strange situation to be a sovereign who has
Yeah.
a deity, allegedly, the semi-deity, sort of, she's not entirely sure of the situation, as a governor of, at this point, so half a country. It's something needs to be figured, right? And the main clearly has a lot of stuff going on, and so just when it's convenient, if the main could, sort of, it seems like there should be a conversation there.
Yeah. I mean, those are all valid, good points. Yeah. All right.
That's
So I
something.
did get mail.
Yeah. That'll come up.
Yeah. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'll definitely go to that. But if you have more you want
No,
to,
you see, things don't all happen immediately after, so I want to give you guys time
okay.
to
Well, I'll go
react.
speak to my queen,
Okay, all right.
Raedra.
Queen Raedra. Oberskier. Showing up, it's clearly just been expected, right? At some point. So it's more like an, oh yes, Nemain. The guards bow awkwardly. Right this way to the royal hall. And we could probably just cut through the awkwardness here and cut to Queen Raedra standing, her hands sort of put on a table of Cormir and the surrounding countries, right? You can see that there's been like nobles with moving little figurines around and stuff like that. They're back to that period of their country. As she sort of just looks up at Vesitrix, she's clearly aged much more than Vesitrix has in these couple of years here, even in months. It's been a rough time. As she
It
speaks.
has. It's been peaceful here.
It's been a lot. There's been a lot to do.
Well, I guess we did kill the
It's,
death.
you
Yeah.
know,
Okay.
it's been a wild ride. As she says, so I have spoken to my people, and I'm so thankful that you would grace me with your presence here. Somewhat sarcastically, but maybe not entirely. And as your sovereign, I think it's important that we clarify what that means right now. I am to understand from some people who were interrogated by Justicars, that you are to ascend into the divine heavens or the dark belows. As she looks up, slight wide eyes because it seems so insane. Then again, she's lived through a time when that sort of has happened.
Yeah, a lot. There's
She-
been chosen everywhere and stuff.
Probably, yeah, probably the thing in the back of her mind is, oh god, not this again. Not more, not, I cannot handle another wave of chosen and sort of,
Mm.
you know. So, sort of looks at the is this information correct?
Well, I am in possession of a fragment that has the potential to claim a domain. Yes, that is true.
All right. And do you intend to do so?
I used to be quite set on it. I find myself wondering sometimes, but well, it is certainly tempting, I will admit, as well as it is a new sphere, I suppose. There are things that us mortals cannot obtain or do, but yet the more well, in the last couple years, even the last couple weeks, months, I have achieved much, though well, I am a dragon. So,
I've seen dragons. And that's not all you. I felt dragon fear. And I'd like to think that I've mastered that. But what I see when I look at you, she sort of shudders for a moment. It is something entirely different. You hunted them down, the dragon. If you once were a dragon, if that was once all you were, it's not true anymore. What I was asking was, are you going to stick around? Or am I to expect you to sort of gestures towards probably like a Pelor symbol of a sun, like a holy symbol put across the giant Run Mountains.
yeah.
Sort of do that. Because I don't know, she sort of looks at the map, is how I'm going to have tax conversations with a holy symbol.
Yes, that might be awkward. Again, as I was getting to, honestly, and I so rarely declare just what I think. I am not sure anymore. You see, I have strong allies here. Allies that, frankly, I could not directly benefit from if I ascend. You are one of them, of course. I have others that are more mm, directly intertwined. After achieving so many great things, dangerous things, we have fought many. I am not sure anymore. There is someone else who has another of the spark, and I can assure you that they will not get to ascend.
Well, I don't know anything about how all that works.
No,
I just need to know in case that it happens or something does. Who takes your mail? Who's the next in line? No need to deal with something in old Symbia.
no.
Which one of the pirates do I?
How do you feel about vampires?
As I think most people do.
Yes. Well, Cassell is, I think, my most sympathetic person in leadership. There is, of course, also hmm, a mage, but he is a snake, if there ever was one. I'm not sure myself if I should keep him around.
You need mages, I have quite a few.
Oh yes, the sword mages. Well, I doubt they have the same skill set.
Well, probably not, but they are loyal,
To you. Yes.
trustworthy, willing to follow my command to the letter. Honestly, after having dealt with the Shadowvar, that is perhaps the most important thing to me. At least for the people I generally keep around me. People who watch my bed when I sleep. Watch over me when I sleep. So it sounds like you have a vampire, then, or someone you do not trust.
Yes, I would recommend Castell. She is reasonable. I myself allied with her, and she ended up joining my organization in an earlier state. She is the one who is currently maintaining a Westgate when I am not there, and is already part of keeping people in line in terms of our agreement on free transport in those waters.
So that's Westgate then. What of Sembia?
Yes, currently it is still being established. The mage is there. For now.
I can send my people there. Integrated properly. Cormier now, and we'll avoid a whole mess when the situation changes. If it doesn't, I suppose the taxes can simply be split. We know how to make profit of a region. We know how to build roads, hospitals, how to maintain agriculture. Things that I suspect your people might not be good at or interested in. A series of lawless cities are all well and good, but how much do they actually pay you? Most of the wealth, I assume, from piracies, it does not come from the cities where the pirates stay. It comes from the cities around them. Why not cut out the middleman and simply begin profiting straight out from those cities? Especially when you don't have someone in control who can manage it should something happen. Suppose I will have to meet this vampire, Westgate. But it's not as if my ancestors have had any great luck in controlling that city anyway. Perhaps having an ally there who's capable of it is as good as anything. It also gives me a place to send your cultists if they begin to give us
Yes,
problems.
definitely send them to Westgate. I'm sure they will fit right in.
They seemed like it. So what do you say?
I will need to think. I can meet you here in a week.
Oh, yes, I'm not going anywhere for now.
And then I will give you my answer.
You should not. If the answer is no, then please just have a plan if something changes. Being gone for this long is fine, but if it becomes permanent, then I just...
I disconnected from the server. Gross.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not even seeing a message about that.
Let's see if I can reconnect to it.
Just boot the fake room then.
The fake, the grim poster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
imposter. All right. Well, you can certainly have a week.
Yeah, because I as a player have actually, this is very much in line like with what I have been thinking too, right? Like the original plan actually wasn't to take the essence of a god and eat it. It was to gain the favor of a god and eat it. But Vesigatrix, of course, does not like serving anyone, and as such ended up cutting out that middleman and just taking the power herself. But ever since she was locked away in Mechanus, and even more so after this, like already, like she is not, well, there's some divine in her, but she is not divinity. And they have just wrecked an avatar of war an eldritch, whatever far realm being, like,
Mhm.
and a god. I'll buy a weaker one, but like, he thinks back to being stuck there in Mechanus. In Mechanus, like, there are a lot of rules. Rules that you're not asked if you want to follow, you will follow. Um, which is not great. If she can already do all this without being a god, then what does she gain from it? And I think that's what she's going to try and suss out. I guess she's gonna have to go visit the Fane. Oh,
No,
oh,
she's
that's
not.
no, actually, no, no. She'll
No.
find some
Uh,
books somewhere else.
No.
Silly. Yeah, you want to know about what being a god means?
Yeah,
No, I'm just
that's
saying,
on my
like,
agenda of things to do today, Ari.
okay,
But
okay. I was
we're
just saying,
currently
like,
like so a week, huh, is when you're gonna get back to Rage Rover Skier?
yes.
Okay, so a week passes.
No, I was like,
Yeah. So in short, what does being a god change?
yes,
Yeah, not a hard question to answer for Second Six, but so as a god, right now you're incredibly powerful, right? And you're technically
yes,
mortal, though you're enjoying some half god status. Though it's untenable in the long term.
yes,
Being a god would give you a divine domain, place that's yours in the cosmos, a realm where, should someone like beat you up, you will be sent back there. Your essence will go live there, and mortals who worship you can petition you when they die to become part of your domain. You can then do with them wish, make them into sort of death angels or something, demons probably, um, and that stuff will be yours in a real way. In there, you are, well, the god. And yeah, there are rules for what you can and can't do, because you have the power that if there weren't rules, you could sort of upset everything and destroy the whole cosmos. As a minor god, like the first step, would not be that much different power-wise from what you currently are, except of course your reach would be wider, right? And you'd be more constrained. That's certainly true. Beyond that, divinity opens the door, so to speak, to the world of the divine to eventually, over a few hundred years or so, maneuver and finagle your way into maybe becoming a, minor deity, then maybe a sort of just a deity, and then maybe a greater deity eventually. Sort of the game that most of the gods play. Once you reach greater deity status, well, that means that you have incredible power. The world begins to depend on you in its sort of existence. To the point where if you disappeared, everything would crash and burn. You are not allowed to be killed at that point. So yeah, it is very much like becoming a small fish in a big pond all of a sudden, with the potential to grow and gain strength. Beyond that, of course, the ability to grant followers spells, something you could do as a deity. Prayers, increase your divine power. Sort of it's a whole package of things. Now, not doing it, of course, would mean that power has to go somewhere. But probably earn you quite a bit of favor still, someone. Though it is intertwined with your soul at the moment, so gotta find someone who could sort of untangle that situation. Possible. Any questions about that?
well, so
Yes.
as you say, if I don't take the domain, someone else will.
The power's
Which-
gonna go somewhere.
Right. Right. So basically, I could trade whatever the soul fragment to someone somewhere.
Some divine power capable of utilizing
Yes.
it, yeah.
But considering the ritual that your character like enacted upon to put it in herself, as Manikai noted, like this is like interwoven into the fairy fabric of your character right now.
Yeah.
Like whoever you wanted to offer it to would then have to like separate it from you in a way that, well, didn't permanently wreck you, which means you would then have to like, how could your character be assured or guaranteed that wouldn't be the case?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's be honest, the only way that that would happen was with hell. Like, anything with souls. You, like,
Yeah, good at it.
yeah, that's like, oh, yeah, we want to separate a soul. You know what? If anyone has done it, it's hell, because that's what they want. They want them souls.
Sure, and in exchange you could like get some of that contract confusion cleared up, and you'll be good to go. Except, oh wait, no, you made a deal with hell.
Yeah.
Which means
Yeah.
that when you die, you go to hell.
Yeah.
They're okay with it, though. That's just, you know. I believe how it actually works is that whenever a person has made a deal with hell, hell gets first pick on their soul when they die. And they always pick it, right? So they
Of
don't
course
get to
they
go
do.
to their god's domain and request sanction. They just sort of get grabbed. And
Yeah, that doesn't seem great. Hmm.
Faustian bargain.
Yeah, your character put herself in this hell. Does she actually want to like? Does she not want to become a god now? Do you not want her to be a god? I suppose would be the more salient question.
I honestly find myself puzzled with it because, like, she has actually started caring about like her organization and building that, but even more so, just I think seeing all the things that her and Emisura is just fucking tearing down. Like you said, like, oh, if you're a big god, you're very important, and it's like, well, you know what? I feel like we're already very important in this world.
Mhm.
I feel like we've had great influence about the happenings here, and could continue to have that. Uh,
Your character would still have that as a god, just in a different way. Cannot
yeah.
take direct action. See it done.
That's
Oh
the
shit.
see, that's the real thing. That's the real holdup, right? She would have to rely on, you know,
The chosen Cassell.
Jon Smo
Yeah. On
to do the work.
Manchun.
You know?
Ithra, chosen of the
Oh,
main,
oh. Okay,
is
okay.
how you
Speak
would
my language.
react, right?
That's right. As you feel like him with a spark of divinity. So
Yeah,
yes,
if
sir,
you have a job as a god and you want to act directly, the chosen is the way to say, "Hey, I'm investing some real part of my power here to go do this thing." Beyond that, avatars can be sent in a lesser degree too.
Yeah,
We'll
but
mess around.
as a like tiny minor demigod, do I get chosen?
Yeah, it's just their
What
power
do they
depends
get?
on yours.
It's like, oh hey,
No, chosen is chosen. They get cool. Level 21
cool.
guy can still do a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
it's not like you're gonna pick some fucking like weakling to be your chosen if you were gonna pick a chosen.
No, no.
And I imagine, given the see it done, the main would do that a lot. Might be one of those deities that have a permanent chosen.
Yeah, I think so. I
Like
think so.
eventually, like Mistra, just have like 14 of them. Why not? Can choose
And sleep
everyone.
with all of them.
Yeah. Oh, Mistra.
He gets around.
Get
Like,
away,
I don't
get away
wanna,
with breaking all the
you know.
rules.
Well, it's like, oh, but I am the rules. It's like, no, mister, you're not. No rockets. Okay.
Well-
Hmm.
So what will the answer be in a week? Because I mean, basically, Queen Raider is saying, "Hey, let me administer Sembia as a province of Cormyr, and we can have all that sorted out so that if you ascend or something happens, it can just sort of continue to generate revenue, farmland and so forth. You people don't care about that anyway. Um, you know, and it's probably true. I mean, it's not like
Yeah,
it's about taxes,
honestly,
but
I'm
it's also
that
clear
part.
for her that for her that's a win.
Yeah, and I think honestly, either way, that part with Cicatrix is fine with. Um, you know, even as she was saying it, there was that thought of, well, you know what? A lot of symbionts, they weren't very happy with Cormyr. Well, you know what? It's been some rough years over here. They would probably enjoy anyone coming to build stuff and having hospitals to people who are not rich. Um,
And,
you
and
know.
dealing with some of these like raging, like super powerful monsters lurking like beyond the city limit.
Yeah, let's just say, like, I'm like, like, oh, well, at least it isn't Cormyr. And like, okay, yeah,
Well, the new mayor
probably
is a
about
troll.
now.
He ate the old mayor.
Yeah.
you know. Oh, oh no.
Mayoral succession.
Yeah. He
So
comes
it's
from a
just
nearby
like,
town where he has 21 days as a mayor
yeah, and then it's
until
like,
there were no more
oh,
citizens.
and then it's like, oh, well, oh God, I'm dying. Someone murder. Like, what's going on? It's like, well, okay, but you didn't pay for protection, did you? Like, well,
Well, you just
I
took my
mean,
wallet. And the guy says, well, you were just bleeding on it.
All right, we
so-
had a lot of session time that got missed.
Anyway,
So
yes, okay, yes. She will get that affirmed that she can indeed do that.
Right.
Of course, they'll have to make it official and make it very clear that it's not an occupation.
no. They will transfer control of the occupation
Yes.
currently going on to
Yeah.
Cormyrian. Yeah. Okay. She's like, thank you. And this will
Thank
be an
you.
ongoing conversation.
Yeah.
that caused a loss in the final tally's territory.
Yeah. I mean, that would bring it down to 3, but bring Cormyr.
All right.
I get my money. That's the real question.
The treasure's fine. I don't think that really dependent that deeply on
Okay.
Zambia. It's not like, as I said, it's not like this land produces a lot right now.
No, well,
terms of,
hopefully in the future.
All right. Cool. And then no doubt time. All right. So some more time passes as Cicatrix goes to ask questions from the creators of the ritual. I imagine.
Yes.
All right. And Ari, I have done you the great favor of giving you some of the information you'll find there, so that you can look at that at your leisure, by revealing to you every rune on the ritual,
Oh,
which is
well,
what they
okay.
will explain to you. So you can
Grimace, take it from here.
you can look at that for a little bit.
I'm busy.
Manikai had made mention that that would be happening, and now it has happened. I'm now looking at the Ancient Tomb map and seeing that there have been some modeling, Mottling. Things look a little bit different over there. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, but of course, this research is going to take a little time, right?
Yeah.
So if there's something Emisari wants to do, she's
Sure.
had her 10 days. She's just relaxed. Just
Well, relax is it's a strong word.
I think Montaigne might have visited just to basically it's sort of that like knocks on the door, says, "How are you doing?" Um, he's He would ask
Uh,
what happened, though he probably knows,
she states the truth, as a bit clipped and factual in that regard, but it is the truth. She held the skull of someone who is dear to her before smashing it to death in a pool of molten gold, and seeing the one who would consider herself the ruler of all chromatic dragons recede. Her plan utterly failed. Along with, other friends like large group of Thayan Liches, No Banyan himself, some eldritch abomination from the far realm, which resulted in the sort of teleporting devastation that arrived here in the Golden region.
Yeah. Believes the Lion God's, Lion Lord's sacrifice has this time been rewarded.
Makes sense.
As has her actions.
I think there would be a snort. Like, the green dragon, lifts her head as she's been in her, gentle repose of, contemplation and some concern before she takes any action. Reward.
You want to call it that, I suppose. But it is something you have wanted. It doesn't feel differently, I suppose, but... Well, if anyone would know, it's me, isn't it? You,
The eye twitches. Explain, Martain.
If you die, if you were to perish in battle, to be vanquished or drowned in molten gold at this point, it might take a year, might take a year and a half, but sooner or later you'd find yourself back here, as you are now, or as you will be, I suppose. Back in the Gulfmere. It's what used to be the case for the Banyan once this place was holy to him. He was the Gulfmere, as much as you now are. The forest will respond to you.
I am some primal spirit of the world that will reincarnate now?
More or less. Yeah. Sylvanas is notoriously subtle. I'd say. And it might not seem grand. But if you were afraid someone claiming your soul, then their grasp would be tenuous and unable to stick. If you wished to escape, if you wished to leave this world behind, I have no doubt that it could happen, but as long as you wish dearly to exist, I don't think anyone could take that from you now. You are a protector, and the world has deemed that it needs you. Stay.
Thus, have I taken Nobanyan's place, as he has been rewarded in some fashion for his sacrifice?
I suppose you could see it that way, though. In truth, his corruption and kidnapping by Relar didn't kill him, nor did his subsequent death.
No.
It wasn't... I don't think it should be seen as a replacement. In truth, he hasn't really been here for a century or more.
No, since
think
his sacrifice to protect Naflan.
he did what he could. Protected it. And the forest, the woods, the land. And, well, now you do.
She snorts. Me? The protector? Truly, those under my tender care had a much better chance with the Lion God than they do with me.
Attain nods, perhaps. Yet the forest has grown. The plague lands are gone. And you have vanquished something that came from the outside. And I have no doubt. He says, no longer speaking just with his own opinion, right? But his voice having that tenuous sort of oaken tone. That when they come back, they will, because they always do. That you will meet them.
Yeah. The green dragon's like nostrils flare. And she says, in a perhaps coy way, "This sounds much like responsibility I did not request." It's not like in a hateful way so much as like she can already see like the encroachment of effort she's going to have to apply.
Attain sort of shakes his head. As I said, you can simply abandon it, should you not want it. Let the Far Realm destroy the world. And this task, this burden, will be lifted. I think it is more, perhaps maybe cynical, but safe to say that Sylvanas agrees with what you have been doing and wants to ensure you keep doing it. So he wishes to give you that opportunity.
How dare the Oak Father, and through him you, have figured out the means by which you may manipulate and enable me. Again, not like embittered so much as...
Attain shrugs and says, I was going to study theater the next 200 years. Yet here I am. I think he would say, so the wind blows, or something like that.
Green dragon. Let's have like another like puff through her nostrils, like another like acrid cloud of poison in front of her, and she still lays much where she has remained at the crater.
Mm-hmm.
I did not believe it was Dobanyan when first I beheld him. I thought it a trick of the chaos the ritual wrought. It was not until later, until afterward, I recognized. I find my reaction to that curious, as I feel rewarded for having chosen to free him from Malar's corruption, and then spare his life so that he may try and regrow. And yet I feel as if there should have been a competition in some way, that I should have challenged him once more.
Attain nods. I suspect if he could have, he might well have wanted to fight you, to test that metal. Though, and this is Attain speaking, I don't think he could have won. As he looks at the mystery, a bit of that adoring fandom before. And
Hard
I think
eyes.
perhaps he knows that.
Yeah.
No, but we sensed it. You had warned me. The Oak Father, he did not act before he had to. He felt that he had to. When he did, he sent someone he believed could handle it. Perhaps I myself might have been deemed compromised in some way. The Oakfather did not know what you would do, nor do I truly know what happened in there. The storm, the outside, it seemed so at least, made it impossible to really know what was going on inside. I suppose he trusted that the Lion Lord would make the right decision, given whatever was happening within. I think Gildenfire was somewhat wounded. Emotionally. I think he imagined.
Gildenfire?
I think he imagined carrying me to it.
Ah. As if you needed a carrier at this point.
He nods. Yeah. And he says this was sort of with the voice that makes Gildenfire not like him. He says, it's important for the dragon to feel important, I suppose. He wants to be at the center of things, feel like he's making a difference. And, well, I assure him that he can make a difference in some ways, that he really is important. But the more I say it, he finds it condescending.
He has been important, just not as he would prefer.
I have given up speaking to him much, though it seems he finds my silence grating as well.
He saw himself your guide, and watched as you slipped from his claws. I can appreciate that he would look upon you and feel the frustration he felt as your guide, and perhaps a shade of bitterness as well, considering what he is and how long he has lived.
He is a magnificent being.
But not, and she actually begins to rise from the ground. Imi Zure Lidrathir, the Eternal?
If that is the moniker you choose, he says, as he looks at her, and this, with eyes that say, "Oh no, he is not Imi Zure Lidrathir, the Eternal."
Green Dragon. Fish is standing, just in a state of disbelief, really. Well, I had not anticipated my challenge to the Beast Lord upon the temple I erected to him would lead me to this moment in my perhaps perpetual life. I suppose I will have all of the time to consider what I am now, though, and what I will do. Which, it sounds relieving for the dragon to, actually have, the rest of her dragon lifetime to think about things, and then you tack on, the rest of however long that might be after that. It almost feels exhausting. A lot has happened since this dragon was born.
Yeah.
Or hatched, I should say.
Well, Tay nods. He had to come to terms with a lot of things very quickly when he was chosen. And he nods. He looks at Imi Zure and it's like, he thinks the right choice was made here. But Sylvanas really has just, Imi Zure does things he likes. He makes Imi Zure eternal. She'll probably keep doing things that are good for him because she and him agree on a lot of points. So,
yeah,
no,
yeah, not that much different than Valignith and Tiamat.
Yeah.
So,
maybe that's
I'll
domineering.
bring Sylvanas into the world. Probably less domineering, yes.
Plant a really big tree that sort of wants to stand around.
The tree of might that grows so vast it shadows the world.
Oh no, but he doesn't want to shadow the world. He parts his branches so everything can continue the way it is.
It's just Yggdrasil. It's already been done.
Oh, the mighty power of inaction.
Uh,
Yeah.
Green Dragon, bobs her head, says, well, not that I've met anything that could really kill me at this point, Bartane, but how could I die and stay dead? I mean, no Banyan was spell fire. Things can happen to me. What should I look out for? What do you recommend, Chosen?
He looks at her and says, You helped me crash a flying sky city full of archmages. You faced and killed a god. I think the question is, I was foolish enough to stand against you. But really, what happened during the spell plague, I can't explain it, and neither can the Oakfather. The unprecedented destruction that the Far Realm wreaked upon the world. Suppose if anything, they would be the ones to find a way. Well, don't think you will let them find a way.
She huffs, says, well, I've been outwitted before, but... She, tilts her head in thought, suppose I have been too stubborn and lucky up to this point.
Not that if the whole of the Golthmere was somehow burnt to the ground and turned into a lifeless wasteland, the connection to the land would probably be severed. You tried to keep it, forced through. Might drive you somewhat mad, as the land reflect you and you reflect it.
She says, somewhat like what happened with Nobanyan, except Malar also played a role in that. She says.
So, I suppose you'd want to watch over the wild lands, as you have been. I suppose my presence here also makes that a difficult thing to accomplish.
Yes. I imagine it would be bad for the land, though, were that to happen to me. As if I could become somehow more terrifying than I already am.
But I not. I would have to try to stop you.
Well,
try to save you from the madness.
You are the chosen of a greater deity. You outrank me, right?
Francis, I think in here I owe you respect.
Oh. Well, you've been pretty respectful already, so I suppose I'll accept it.
He gives an exaggerated bow.
This delights the Green Dragon. Says, well, last time you visited me to spark me to do something. I suppose I should stop laying here. I have Tiamat statues and temples to tear down. I have a meeting, a conclave to organize at midsummer. I have psionics to gather, some land to protect down beneath the Giants' Run Mountains. Really, I've created more work for myself. I've deeply offended a deity who sees herself as my eternal ruler. And, well, there's only so many enemies you can have, right?
Nonsense. I need not my powers to listen to the wind to know that a rage is happening in Avernus.
He says, I actually expected, and the Green Dragon is not teasing anymore. She says as truthfully that she looks at the sky, that some herald or flight from a different plane would come kill me. After what I did, that there would be some untapped avenue or resource. I'm pleased that hasn't happened yet. Still looking at the sky.
Conveniently, Nobanyan brought with him quite a bit of divine power, which Sylvanas accepted as his own. The Dragon King Queen will find herself weakened and find that Sylvanas is strengthened by her loss. His power is one even she would be reluctant to encroach upon. After all, though the Oak Father is quiet and full of inaction, he does not take kindly to having his anger roused. I'm sure she will try to come at you, but not in such a direct fashion. She expended much of her power, losing her herald.
Green Dragon says, "Do you know what happened down there in Avernus since? I haven't. I try not to go there, Martain. I don't get any news from there.
I don't. Not directly.
I thought not.
But
I thought not.
I know that that hell was quiet and then abuzz with activity. They have not taken 10 days to rest.
I bet not."
As she sort of turns halfway to about to leave, and says, I think they will send someone to talk to you soon.
She says, "Oh, no. I thought that I would live my time and then pass to Malar's realm or maybe Sylvanas's or somewhere else. You have signed me up for an eternity of receiving diplomats and envoys from Avernus. This is the Oak Father's doing. I will remember this, Arte."
Yorks, I'm sure you can lose them if you wish. They never were good in Woodland.
We will see each other again.
Besides, introduce them to Salasnar. I'm sure he can keep them entertained while they wait.
Ah, yes, my receptionist. Good, good, good. I like that. That's a good idea.
Martin will step away. He has things to oversee.
To meet the Black Dragon, one must go through Getra. To meet
Yeah.
the Green Dragon, one must go through Zalasnar.
It is undetermined which is worse at this point, which is more aggravating. Well, I guess one is less deadly.
Yes.
You just
All
go
right,
to the
so-
small town and sit, waiting for the oak tree to do something.
Yeah, so to Cedar Spoke. You must journey to Cedar Spoke. Alright, so word will be spread across the Enclave, which is still loosely gathered, because Karenheim went down just the year prior. That midsummer, there is going to be a immense gathering. We'll say, probably not in the Giants Run Mountains itself. Probably like in the land between, like in the west. We'll say at the Crater. Crater makes for a great landmark. It's a new landmark. Not just those affiliated with the Emerald Enclave, but also psionics abroad are invited. For this green dragon has words that she wishes to convey, and it won't just tie into trying to increase the sovereignty of the faction. But there are messages apparently that everyone needs to learn, like she's not immortal but eternal, and so that's good, she thinks. Next thing that she's going to do is she visits where she had made a temporary lair down, beneath the Giants Run Mountains in Karenheim, where she stares forlornly at the mural that she's created. I'm speeding through some of the character thought given our belated session start, but she feels she's made the right choice, and she still feels pain over that choice. Staring at the 4 hatchlings as she decorated with gems and silver, does not fill her with joy over what she's done. And there is that slight twinge of concern that a Tiamat who has endured everything for a very unfathomable length of time, including being split into three, will come for the Green Dragon. And the Green Dragon doesn't know how she's going to work through that yet. To that end, the Brass Prince, Novacree, is going to be allotted 1 million's worth of gold pieces. And his task is going to be like, you're the Brass Prince, you kick a bunch of ass, you have knowledge within the Book of the Dragon, which I permit you to hold, so long as you are in my service. Well, in Chacenta, there's a lot of chaos right now, courtesy of the fact that I slew the avatar of Tiamat, and her ritual's fallen apart, and her whatever power she held there will be relinquishing. So there's plenty of dragons there that you probably can beat up, and plenty of power and opportunity for you to exploit. So, with all those weaklings that are milling about in the Cult of the Dragon, and all those weak dragons that are be vying for power, in the chaos of Tymanther and High Emeskar and Thay like dipping in, why don't you have some fun?
Novacree, one hand on the Book of the Dragon, the other clutching a map of Chacenta with all the with noted down where all the regional dragons live. Yeah, slightly sweating and shaking. Yes,
like,
draconic power. You said. And it's just there for it's just inside weak dragons. I have a million gold. And
yep, yes, like 1 million gold that she's accrued, and she isn't too concerned because she knows his personality so thoroughly, and there's no one stronger than her there anymore. And so, yeah, if she years later he's raised 1,000 skeletal dragons and zombies, it wouldn't surprise her. She doesn't know what really the Book of the Dragon is capable of, or Novacree.
He has it 1 million gold and a land of opportunity.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's he's off. I think I can safely say he's gonna go and his goal was always hyperdraconic power, and now there's so much of it just for the taking. He's no problem befriending Thayans, whatever.
I think so. Yeah, it's great.
He'll just backstab them later.
And then the other thing she is going to do is bring her pet beloved Elder Dire Bulette and some of the more hardline druids, and she's going to the northern Giants Run Mountains, because there are some shrines and temple to Tiamat that she's going to need to personally dismantle.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And, she's glad the Dark Lady did not abandon Velignith, as the Green Dragon requested. And that's great. However, there exists a very deep concern that Tiamat could regain power, because that's happened before. It's a cyclical thing, because Tiamat's endured for so long. And if she is going to, would rather not it be here. And, well, last time the Green Dragon checked local power sources of Tiamat, well, she heard there were plenty in the Giants Front Mountains. There's a silver mine dedicated to her. There's a dragon fang dedicated to her that the Green Dragon personally defended and sacrificed at a number of occasions. And really, there's an entire, dwarven civilization that's there that is pretty open about Tiamat. Yeah. And she's going to have to personally resolve that, or she's going to have to bring the Emerald Enclave over to personally resolve that.
All right.
She'll try herself first.
Yeah, it sounds like a violent altercation.
Out of respect for the draconic cooperation that's happened to the Dragonfane and what she worked to defend, and how she holds Velignith still, it's not going to start violent. But it's going to be pretty insistent of, I'm breaking Tiamat's iconography.
Yeah.
Tiamat cannot be allowed to endure here.
She shows up, right? Is welcomed by the old man, Ganazar, in a lesser degree, Lartnath and Kerix. Also welcoming. They're working as a team now. It's been long enough that they sort of have figured out how to do that. It's a decent position they have here, even if they've always been. There have been lots of dwarves around, and certainly also lizard folk. She's welcomed, offered food and the rest if she wishes. It's clear to them, the priestesses of Tiamat down below are very concerned. Neither of these dragons are sort of divinely in any way connected to Tiamat, but as it turns out, it's something that really every chromatic dragon sort of has some sort of sense that something's been going on, while Genisar is just, oh yeah, it's a cyclical thing. It's
Yeah.
he's not really concerned.
Yeah.
The
Larnath and Carix, they both get it, but
yeah, they're like,
Genisar.
oh. He's like, oh, no, it's all right. I feel a sense of peace. Bahamut has a great lord of dragons.
Yeah. The green dragon refuses food. She refuses a place to rest. She says bluntly to all three dragons, this year, at the start of it, a short time ago, I slew Valignith, avatar of the Dark Lady, the Dragon Queen, the Queen of Chaos, Bane of Bahamut, the Avaricious, the creator of evil dragon kind, and ruined her plan to be brought whole and intact upon Faerun itself, right in Jacinta. I do not believe I need to expound upon the consequences of my course of action and what that could entail to my long-term health or of my attitude towards the Dark Lady as it now must be after slaying Valignith, her avatar, the very vessel through which she was going to be reunited and whole again upon Faerun. And so, I come here to this place I worked to help Valignith build and defend against giants and other outsiders before he thought to bring you three here and make it independent. A place that I look upon and see memories of what I did with him and what I wished for back then. To say that, although this place of draconic cooperation may stay, Tiamat cannot stay here. She does not have a home here any longer.
Genisar grips his staff and sits down. As Lardnath looks at Carix, and Carix looks at Lardnath. They sort of behind Genisar,
Right, he's the older one.
Yeah. It's just, I'm truly sad to hear that things have taken such a violent turn. Summoning a physical manifestation of Tiamat is I'm going to need a moment.
Of course. I can provide full details of the ritual as I experienced it within.
No.
And then, without interruption, she will spill into the actions that happened that day, omitting no detail, from the slaying of the living god to the immense pile of molten gold.
Sibling dragons turning and killing each other is very opposed to what Genisar believes.
Yes.
It's sort of,
To
it wounds
the rift. Yes. Opening within, reality itself.
just I have no love for the queen of chromatic dragons. As Carix and Lana are still kind of quiet. As they look at each other, and Genisar is out for the moment. Her words have shaken him.
Yeah.
As Lardnath they sort of step around. You understand, of course, that we have an obligation to the late Valignith.
Yes.
He gave us much, and we we treasure the memory. Carrick's just sort of looks slightly, slightly dazed. He never, he doesn't speak fast. He's a pretty slow dragon, all things considered. And I don't have the power to stop you. Yet I feel it would be in my best interest to attempt to do so. However, I'm also not eager to lose my life over this.
I am glad you remember the circumstances of how we first met, Lartnav.
He nods. He is,
Perhaps I could inform the Dragon King of Termish that you are freed of your obligation.
My obligation really was always more to the concept of Draconic Corporation. It's something he's clearly been told many times. However, of course, there is, out of respect, if I cannot stop you from dismantling the shrine, yet I must insist that the offerings at least be left untouched.
Why?
Well, if they are not to be had by Tiamat, I suppose it just doesn't seem right to let them be. Most of it was his hoard for a long time. Just let them be sort of taken by someone.
My concern was not for the treasures that had been accumulated, so much as the iconography and presence she had here. Your words have given me cause to give consideration to those treasures that have been left here, Lartnav. So congratulations.
Dragon seems dismayed.
She says. Sort of rubs her face thoughtfully and says, what could be done with them? Perhaps some sort of alms or aid the lesser races have, some sort of charity to, whatever words they use, some hope to spread peace and goodwill and love and health and understanding in the turmoil and chaos wreaked by dragons, really, but of course Tiamat herself and all the evils of late. Her eyes drift up to the ceiling.
If that is what you wish, I shall make sure to administer it for you. Perhaps efficiently used over the next couple of centuries, whenever a real pressing concern.
Tell you what, Lartnav. I'll leave the treasures here. But you have to personally go into Thunderhome and dismantle the shrines and temples there. To Tiamat. The Dragonfane must convince the dwarves that Tiamat has lost power and no longer is the correct choice for their worship.
Adnath looks at the camera. Cringes sort of a bit, Yes, of course. There.
Good. That will save me the trouble of doing that myself. I will, of course, be back to check on that, and if the dwarves have not been convinced by the Fane, I would have to reassess your words and how honest they were to me. I am still very much in the spirit of draconic cooperation. But you do not lie to me and prosper.
Dragon will skulk. It seems to just be digging a deeper hole the more it talks.
She actually hadn't been thinking about the treasure here at all. It didn't even matter to her.
As you know, yeah. I mean, does she attempt to go further down into the?
She does. Like, she looks at Carrick's, see if Carrick's, the slow and, ponderous, has
She
anything
begins to walk towards it. He will step in front. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Why?
I said I would protect this place. And even if I should lose such a fight, that does not stop me from doing so. He raised up to his full height. He's a strong, well-built young adult dragon. Smaller than Emisure, and certainly weaker.
Says, you who have remained stationed here at the northern Giants Run Mountains have doubtlessly heard of the actions I have performed in this world. The Dragonfane remained well connected even after Valignus' departure. You must know of who I am and of what I am capable, particularly if the words I have delivered to you on this day are sincere, Carrick's. That Valignus, with whom I have grown, raised under the watchful gaze of a bone devil, that he became the avatar of Tiamat, and that I slew him anyway. You are no avatar of Tiamat. You are no abomination from the far realm. You are no living god that strides this world. Carrick's, you gave your word to protect this fane.
My
Is that
kind
word?
is duplicitous. Once I was the favored of Severius, because I told him whatever he wished to hear. Once I did the same for Valignus, and he gave me this. You wish me to tell you, I do as you command, to parrot your words to you, and yet I have had time. Time to consider. Time to know that I could be afraid. Be afraid forever, for there will always be stronger beings than I. You will perhaps kill me. You will perhaps strike me down as a lesson. Then so be it. I exercise my will, says, spreading out his wings, which is to many people impressive, though not perhaps to a Missouri Leader.
Says,
I
Carrick,
will defend this place.
I would not kill you. I will strike you down and render you conscious and helpless, while I dismantle that which you vowed to defend and failed to do so. And then I will leave and permit you to heal and recover. For you so like contemplation, I will allow you to contemplate what your next actions would be after your total failure.
Intimidate check.
I will. Alright. 20 plus 21. 21. 39.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, that. Normally you would compare that to will defense to see if they're rattled, right? So, he shies back from the force of her words, right? She,
Yeah. Green Dragon saying, "Cool, you like."
yeah, if that's what you want to have, then let me tell you what's going to happen next.
Yep. I'll leave you alive.
Yeah. The real truth is that he could barely hit her with a plus 20 bonus, right? So, like, he to her is nothing. And he sees that, right? Because she's blunt. That is what's going to happen.
All right.
He says, then perhaps you can give me a day. And I will leave and take with me those who are true. He says, looking to Lardnath and Gensar, because they clearly are not true. And we will abandon this.
How do you mean those are who are true? It is difficult for me to separate those who have given their word to Valignith from those who have given their word to Tiamat. Please explain, Carix.
Those who would rather fall than stand by. For whichever reason.
In the spirit of the Draconic cooperation I shared with Valignith for so long, I will permit you this day. I will remain here at the Fane, and I welcome all challenges. As like the Bulette's like outside, like tunneling through like the mountain.
Yeah, massive thing. Sniffing for delicious dragon meat, you know. Yeah, a terrifying monster.
The green dragon will go to the very center of the Fane, where Valignith spent so much time in the sun in contemplation, and she will lay there. She will wait that day.
Eric's will leave. He is beaten, and he will indeed gather those that he considers to have wanted to keep their word. But you know, they're being unable to. He's not going to stop the fight, so to speak. Somehow, in the grand scheme of things, I suppose he's the most loyal of the Fane's protectors. Not to the idea of Dragon Corporation, but to the idea of like,
Right.
Valignith is Tiamat's chosen, and so we should continue doing this thing.
Yeah.
Well, again, aside, he doesn't care about Tiamat. He, rather dislikes the Draconic Goddess of Strife. He dislikes the idea as it was conveyed to him.
Sure.
Somewhat self-serving. Yeah, Carix will gather, and he doesn't sleep for those hours. He spends time at Dragonfane, goes to Thunderhome as well.
Makes sense.
And leave. Really.
Okay.
Take them up north across the Sunset Mountains and presumably into some of the wonderful Sword Coast wilderness.
All right. The green dragon permits this. And the day that passes, does Ganazar recover, or is he still just what the fuck? Like
he is deeply saddened to see Carriage go. Okay,
Sure.
like a young cousin who was obviously mistaken about most things, most all things, but still family in a strange show.
Yeah.
And he's disappointed in that now. And sort of, absolute.
Like Ganazar can very much see through Lardnath, like desiring like the treasure.
Yeah, Lardnath wants to sleep with that gold, and
Yep.
he hasn't because there's a big Tiamat shrine there. If someone took the shrine away, then that gold. I mean, someone's gotta sleep on it. Might as well be Lardnath, right? Ganasar, the real treasure is the friendship and companionship that dragons can
Along the
give
way.
each other.
But perhaps it is in that spirit that Emmy's early leaders did just not immediately dismantle the entire thing and kill everyone who worshipped Tiamat or gave their word.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the day has passed, the Green Dragon will sweep through. Some items will be fed to the Bulette. Some people, perhaps Dragonborn worshippers or
Yeah.
dwarves who are firmly committed to Tiamat, who haven't left, will be fed to the Bulette.
Mhm.
Other things, she'll like fly up thousands of meters and then just spike onto the ground. Others will be tossed into the forges of the Dragonfane itself and then molten.
Those who fight will have quite the boost fighting to defend the Dragonfane. So,
They sure
they're
will.
members. It's not a trivial thing, but they're not epic tier people. They're just not. So, yeah.
As a former defender of the Dragonfane against giants, she does remember.
It is quite the power boost. The place here has been heavily Tiamat influenced. Even the Dwarves of Thunderhome, it's sort of become. There's still hardliners, right? Dwarves live a long time, who follow sort of traditional dwarven deities, but the young and hip thing has been Tiamat. Why should we be ashamed of our greed? Unbridled, business sense, if you will, has become the norm, and it's gonna take a long time for that to be culturally weeded out.
Absolutely. And she isn't expecting that to go away entirely. She's not trying to delete everything about Tiamat, because Tiamat's a survivor and is always there. But the main focus for the Green Dragon's well-being has got to be off of Tiamat.
Mm-hmm. Destroy the priesthood, specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make the chances of her spawning here very low.
If she wants to come back, I cannot have that be from the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
that
maybe
would just be
throw one of her.
irresponsible of me.
Oh, a holy statue of Tiamat. Let's throw it somewhere we don't want to go.
Under Westgate, the old
No.
dragon tomb.
No. Gonna start painting anti-Tiamat stuff here. Like peace, some flowers.
And it's not with there's no regret here. There's no even anger. This is just to borrow an idea from the Black Dragon. This is good business sense.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
I don't hold a grudge against the Dark Lady, against the Great Chromatic Dragons, but after what I just fucking did,
You better fucking believe she does.
I gotta do this to survive.
She definitely holds a grudge.
Yeah.
That's her thing. Greed and grudge.
It's strife, just.
It's also that you're a chromatic dragon. How dare you? How dare you? Actually, though,
I'm gonna become an honorary member of the Platinum Dragon.
you're gonna be kicked out.
Bahamut's looks at my recent track record. Well, it sees here that you.
No, Sylvanas seems about right,
Have you considered Sylvanas? I go for my Bahamut membership card, but yeah, that process I could see taking a 10-day, as it is very slow and methodical, and she has to take her time with all these well-entrenched dwarves with crossbows and dragonborn priestesses. And but yes, it is not with joy, it is with business efficiency.
Perhaps it is a good time here to swivel to nearby, even wherever Cicatrix has been spending time asking for rune information from the creators, right? And has transcribed all the runes of the ritual, only to then perhaps enter the ritual chamber and find that things are slightly different, perhaps, than they were before.
Is this some kind of end stage bus rush?
No, but as she goes in here, right, it's clear that the floors and such have gotten a bit strange. As if you know, well, clearly something has begun sort of following the lines of power that runs through in here. Almost organic looking, sort of growing on there. The walls sort of bulging out a little bit, as if you sort of overheat a pan and you get like a slight bubbly crust, as if the paint is beginning to flake, you know. Or I suppose as if you fill the water balloon just to the point before it breaks, it sort of gets these sort of bulges of pressure, right?
I feel like it's because it's getting too much fuel.
Well, you know,
And
nobody has let you be feeding it for a while. It should be getting less, right?
yes, it should.
But it also seems to be concentrated in some places more than others, particularly when you look upon the ritual sort of tablet.
Yeah. Well,
What's all this moss? This molten like quality to my ritual? I was just looking at it not so long ago. What happened?
I thought that was power. Is it moss?
No, it's like breaking paint, sort of
Oh,
like as if the stone has been boiled. The surface is unclear and
I'm fairly
untempered.
I'm fairly sure that's not supposed to be here. I
Yeah,
feel like it might have something to do with all those souls that was pushed in.
Oh, what, like all the
by
mind
Emperor.
flayers I slew? You
Yeah,
know. How about like
yeah,
the undead like stone giant soul that got sucked into it? Who knows what could be happening here?
yeah. Um,
Because like you did stick that fucking crown of Obadiah right on top. of
wow, wow. So quick to transfer. How dare
yeah.
you point back at me when I
So
pointed at you?
I am merely accounting for the facts.
Ugh.
you've had a little time here to look at the various runes, right? So you can do your research rolls. You know, you remember how to do that. There's
Yes.
4 skill checks. You can get some research points that you can use to identify
Definitely need
rituals, and you know,
to change some stuff here, because
obviously anything that refers to the Death King is probably not functional
no,
anymore.
well, we
Um,
already took care of that.
you know,
I think we even did before he was dead. You know. Yeah, I think also while I find my skill rolls, like if Cicatrix would have like seen like Emmy and people like or like gotten notice they were coming and just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what? That's that seems like I should not into. I think I'll just let her. She do that.
you can
You
call it.
know. If I mean if Emissary wants to throw some bodies into her cursed drug tree, you know they're behind on making drugs for some reason.
You
She
brought up
felt like
roulette.
she needed to
Yeah,
stop
and
it.
yeah, it's not going to be bodies, but there's definitely going to be like I can't imagine your minions not noticing. Like, so we think we saw a dragon fly
No,
thousands of
yeah,
meters into the air
definitely.
and hurl like some giant statue down to like the earth.
Yes. Well,
And we hear tunneling, and we are afraid to go outside at night.
as they should be. Really, that's a sensible thing to fear. Oh, the Bulette. Yes. Sorry. That's.
I like how you find my Bulette as almost as adorable as the Beholder.
Look, I don't know. There's just something. It's like it's it's so monstrous that it's cute. You know. You know. It's just. It's like
Just
a
one of those
pug.
things.
I love the pug because it's so ugly that it's cute. Where the f is my nerd crown?
I was stalling for all this time so you could find your role assignment.
Like, where's my nerd crown at? Well, I guess I'll do it without my nerd crown. I can't find it.
All right.
Maybe it's in another file.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can always spend 50,000 gold in Residium, right, to retry a failed roll.
Which used to be a lot.
Yeah, right.
It looks at gold. All right. Well, it is a Arcana check.
That's one research.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Learn something.
I had better.
Then your history check for the knowledge of ancient peoples.
Yes.
How deeply informed are you now?
Yeah, my history check. Yeah, that's
Um,
my vast intelligence modifier.
Knower of topaz dragons.
Yeah, you know.
You're level 30 now, but just think when you actually have divine ranks, how much your attributes will increase.
Yeah, my
Level 40,
intelligence.
right?
That's true. Okay, I'm in. Ju- Just the skill points alone. Half level, yes. Plus
The
20.
gate! The
Whew.
gate!
Whew, fanning myself over here. Oh, it's a history.
Alright.
Hey. I don't even need my nerd crown anymore.
Yeah.
That's right.
I
There's a
did
level
that
video.
just
Alright, what else we
to
got?
Then we got nature, knowledge of the world,
Oh.
and it is forces.
Yes. Yes. That's straight plus 15 roll. I gotta give them my shorts. Drugs. That's how I do nature. Well, not good
No.
enough.
Dark knowledge didn't help.
Bad trip. Yeah.
Want to spend 50,000 gold?
I mean, I would rather find my item because there's a reroll on it. That I already spent that money.
Alright, well, we can do the religion check.
Yes, religion is a skill. Not very religious either. Why should I pray? People should pray to me.
That's
Alright.
fine. You have 3 research to work with. Now,
Yeah.
Death King rituals are discounted, but probably don't care about them so much anymore.
No, I really don't.
You know, you have looked at the various things here. I can tell you the glow here, the weird boiling effect, doesn't seem to be random. Semi-random in some places, perhaps, but you know. You know the
I
prices.
don't know how to feel about that.
You can spend 2 to identify a ritual. You know glyphs for all of them, so
There it is.
Speaking in regards to line, like if you wanted to go like deeper, well, of course you can identify anything, but if you wanted to start working on dismantling, like this line in the center has been taken care of because we solved
Yeah.
that before we fought the Death Gang.
So
So you could say learn
yeah.
what that is if you so cared, and then maybe potentially do something with it.
Yes.
Next year.
See, my interpretation of this is all right, let's see which one of my notes this is. Balance is like, oh, when Yavel dies, she takes the power of her dread.
I mean,
I'm
that
very
makes
insulted.
sense to me, and she's probably not going to die again,
Yeah, yeah.
but before the ritual ends because she reaches the site. But if you actually wanted to do anything with the level beyond that, you would have to resolve that
Yeah,
point.
that's true. Receive holy. Yeah. Holy life. I love when people also dragon friend, is that yeah.
I mean,
I'm offended. She put herself in here as dragon friend.
I mean, you weren't really like intended to be a part of this. You somehow got roped into this anyway.
Okay, that's true. Well, I know my rune now. Sure. Let's identify that. Let's
Oh.
identify how she steals my power when she's dead. Bitch. Well, she is. Also, look at this. This seems to be like where the juice is.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. This one.
The one where Yavel receives
This
protection.
one.
You don't think we should
You
worry about?
identify says that when Yafel's soul is drawn to another plane than the material plane, repair any damage done to it with draconic souls and reincarnate within range.
That's. Yeah. I mean, that's.
Yeah. Exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
Really, it's a credit to the runes, right? That you can
Yes,
figure that
you chose those. You chose those well. God, I don't want to have any of this shit.
So that lets you know what the ritual does, and also if and how you can manipulate it. So I suppose that would be a follow-up question, Manikai.
Yes,
Is
manipulation
the
here
main-
would be the range at which she's reincarnated. You could be like, you know what, just anywhere in the world. Or, no, right
it have-
here.
Does it have to be limited to Faerû? Or I
Presumably
suppose
this
the
plane.
planet? Yeah.
This plane. So, and probably, yeah, less useful now than it would have been a long time ago.
Right, I'm not planning on her to be reborn.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know? That's
Like-
my.
Yeah, the hope would be that you are going to kill her after she reaches the ritual site, which
Yes.
ends the ritual.
If she
They would-
died, if she died before the ritual ends, which is when she reaches this chamber, basically,
Yeah.
Then it would
then
matter.
it would matter a whole lot because then your soul would be
Yes.
sucked out to repair damage done to her.
And it's not a non-zero possibility, Ari.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, it's
unlikely,
true.
given how powerful she is.
Yeah.
And to think you could have made her more powerful.
What I do. See, over here it's like, oh hey, Yavel spawns a bunch of soldiers.
So don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh, Yavel gets super speed, and all these are just power. These are just batteries. Oh, give her more fucking power. That's what we
You
need.
know, given that you have access to the creators, I think it's fair that I'm going to give you the discount on Yaffle rituals too.
Okay.
Because they literally made them. So
All right, you're back to 2 research then, and you can only have to spend 1 to identify Yaffle ritual. Or,
Great.
Or manipulate it. I mean,
Where do we want to put her if she can?
so, since you brought it up, in order for Aerie, if she wanted to do something with present Yaffle power, she'd first have to deal with the ritual that she edited above it, yeah?
to delete it, yes.
Yeah.
To
No.
modify it,
Oh.
you could just sort of learn it, and then presumably there's an opportunity to do something with it.
Yeah, so there you go. You might be able to have it present you power, much as you changed the present
Yeah.
the chosen to Simiana thing. So why don't you identify that one
true.
next?
Yes, I'll do that. Give me power. I mean, we share power, dragon friends all together.
Yeah, you just add in the dragon friend rune.
No, I stop out the dragon friend rune with me.
Alright, yeah, that one. Provides Yaffle and Death King with 3
What?
additional action points when Yaffle is returned to life.
3 AP.
She has 3 of those.
Well, she'd
Well,
get 3 extra ones on top
No,
of
he
whatever.
didn't, because you disabled him being reborn. But,
Yeah.
you know,
If he had been able to be reborn, then yes, he would have gotten extra AP.
Wait a minute. Wait, is that 3 for this one or for the 3 rituals? For the three of the same.
What?
oh, they're not the same.
Oh, okay. They just have the same symbols.
Guess they do similar things, clearly. But,
Oh,
yeah, no.
three?
When
she would be
Yaffle-
able to use multiple action points. Of
Yes.
course she would.
and you
so-
can see basically originally this would provide Yaffle with additional action points whenever she's returned to life, or the ritual completes, as it turns out. Death King inserted himself into that too. She thought that sounded great.
Yeah, I agree.
The opportunity here is that you could do that too.
Yes.
The number of action points will be shared between all people who are receiving them.
Yes. Well, can't we just put in Dragon Friend?
So a follow-up would be that like Nemain would not be returning to life, so I guess it would be when the ritual ended that Nemain would receive
Yeah.
those extra points
Yeah,
too.
or when Yaffle is returned to life.
Okay. I suppose so.
So yes,
And then I'll edit the other one that she returns right next to me at just 3 action points. Bam, 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 bam,
Well,
bam.
you apparently split those APs with her.
Yes.
So
Well,
one and
do
a
I split
half
them with
each.
her, or
with anyone who receives them. At the moment, Death King obviously can't because he doesn't exist. But
yes, but can I edit her out?
no, doesn't seem like it. You
Okay.
can if you don't want to delete this ritual, which you would have to go down the line as it were, then you can
Yeah.
change who gets them or how many to some degree.
How many? Tell me more.
Yeah.
Do you want to
let's
put
see.
that at 10 or 300 or something? It would be
No,
limited.
not if Yaffle gets them too.
Yeah, it would be limited by the amount of power the ritual can draw up along these lines, right? There's a lot of stuff and it's pretty high up. So 3 is probably a functional limit, more so than what she actually would want. If you could make the green one down there, just always have action points, but yeah, you could put yourself in there. You could put the way to nullify it would be to put just a whole bunch of people in.
Round down, I suppose.
Yeah. Just go like the Westgate, like Ledger.
This would be like, I want to give
Random thief
I want
gets
to
a
give
boost of
every
confidence.
Manchun clone
every
an
possible
action
spelling. That'd be a very long text, but that would effectively nullify it. But if you wanted to,
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do with that.
Well, you're going to sit on that. Why don't you learn what exactly Present Yaffle speed entails? Because that's probably not a
Yes.
drug.
It's gonna get like a
Yeah, these seem more like in your sort of theater of concern as they involve potential combat scenarios.
yes,
And if you want to
exactly.
fight her,
Seat speed. Oh, teleport 40. Oh, great.
right? You want to learn the one below there? Yeah, is
Yes.
that the plan? Okay. Sure. That indeed does pretty much what it says, and it's a continuous effect. Yaffle gets a second turn per round at -20 to her current initiative. How she's been living her life,
Hate her
God,
so much.
she's a mystic creature. It's
Yeah.
Girls,
we
I
thought
hate her so much.
there's been a very few of those in this campaign.
The opportunity here is to change the initiative count, or to simply make it give Yaffle, ensure Yaffle gets one turn, which effectively nullifies the advantage, right? Because she would do that anyway.
Yes, he's definitely not getting 2 turns. Motherfucker.
Sadly, there's not enough research points left to. Unless you pay
Well,
50,000
I
and
did
then
find
succeed
my
at that.
crown, so
Alright.
I'm gonna re-roll one.
Okay.
The history one, or the nature one,
Yes.
excuse me.
Oh, nature. Yes, my
Yeah,
flat.
alright.
That's the one that failed.
Incredible.
Plus 18.
Yes. Come on.
There you go.
Hey!
Just
That's the point.
Just enough.
You want to spend it immediately?
Yes. No extra turns for Yaffle. I think that we can.
Alright.
God, at one point, I'm just like, maybe I should just try and get this entire column and just fucking delete it. Yeah, I'll lose my cool power, but like, it's a lot of shit here that I don't like.
Alright.
But also, we worked really hard to get my power to be a cool one, and it'd be a shame if it was deleted.
you
Okay,
go.
well, fucking remove the action point. Yes, no.
We removed the turn.
Yes. Sorry, yes, that one.
Doesn't give her a second turn, just ensures that she gets one. Done.
when you think about it, maybe all this interference on the ritual is why we don't feel as bad, Ari.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole Dead King is not, draining us.
It's true, we're not having to sustain all of his
Yeah, all of his undead.
innumerable
Bullshit. Yeah, you're just filling the mountains with dead bodies moving, bothering us, literally taking the power from us. Like, that's just rude.
Really, I helped you feel better when I dedicated myself to destroy that.
Yeah, it's true.
The sacrifices we make for each other.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Well, I don't have any more points, so I don't suppose I can buy more points for fixing. 30,000, because I got 3 millions, baby.
Well, I mean,
We're
Yeah,
about
right.
to clean up this region right now.
tell you what. All right. What if we said that? I mean, if you bring up the money thing. Tell you what, for 100,000 gold, I'll let you roll a second time for a success to see if you can get it to a 40, which would give you an extra point.
You'd
The
probably
chances
have
that
that be
low.
your highest check, which would be a 24, and you would need a 16.
Yeah. No.
100K.
I
I
don't.
mean, what
Not willing to spend
we have
100,000 on
millions,
that?
But that's so little money now.
100,000,
But
right?
it's still money though.
Just 100,000.
Just 100,000. I just lost the whole country.
Yeah.
You know.
That didn't even didn't
How
give you
much
any
more
research.
should I pay?
How much
I mean,
more
the
should
thing
we-
is, I mean, you could just fight Yaffle while she has all the benefits that this stuff gives her,
Oh
right?
God, this.
Who knows how much
Why
time
am I
we're gonna
playing
have?
with you two?
What?
That's what I'm asking myself.
Well, he's your brother.
Yes.
As for
he is,
me,
yeah.
I don't have an explanation.
No, I'm
Yeah.
fine with you not doing it, really.
Yeah. No, you're
still
just bringing
fine.
up all the good points that you know will convince me.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You
Yeah.
shouldn't do it.
No,
Really.
no.
So,
Just shoot yourself in the foot.
I mean, what is money compared to
Killing
I'm
Yaffle.
not.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm not gonna compel you, but I'm gonna tease the idea
All right.
of it.
I removed it. Let me see. Let me roll a point.
right, if you can get a 40, you get a research point.
Yeah, 1 research point. I should get.
Well,
2.
yeah, because you already spent one of them. So
Wow. I rolled for that one. Sorry, I'm just thinking about how my life came to this. Well, I do have 1 extra, so it's.
If you had any
actually
draconic essence to spend,
25. Well, I do, but I mean, that would also be good in a hostile situation, would it not?
yeah.
I mean, they can be spent on skill checks, not attack rolls.
Well, what when I have to steal Yaffle's orb with my take her fucking scepter away. No focus bonus, bitch. That's right. All right, let me just find my character to see how much I'm at Raydra.
The old steal the wizard's component pouch.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Magic doesn't work like you think. You have to pay. Yeah, why not? Ah, God, but it'll make me feel so bad when I fail.
It probably might.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seems likely. I mean, it's more than
Yeah.
likely.
All right. Well, I'll spend 1 essence.
Oh,
I
All right.
hate myself.
adding an extra 5%.
5% chance.
That's right. Nope.
Oh well.
Oh well,
No, good effort.
that was good effort.
Shit. That hurts me.
Yeah, well, it was an attempt, and
Yeah, it's
clearly stuff's
it's
happening
fine.
with the ritual. So,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Price. Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
So that's what's going on inside. Well, let me serious. Trashing.
Just fucking
So-
just studying, just getting continuous reports over the sending stone. Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, oh well,
The sending
it's
stone?
fine.
It's not from this green dragon. Green
No,
dragon
no,
stopped
no, no,
answering
no,
that for
no.
levels.
For people.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right.
I don't even know. Would they work across this plane? Probably not.
No,
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Well,
you're pretty well
okay.
isolated.
So those were the mechanical questions. Grimace, do you have something that you really want to get done?
I mean, the time passing, my midsummer meeting, like,
Okay.
Ari, considering our late session start, like, please do not, like, drown the rest of the
Yes,
session in
okay.
you looking at the document Manikai gave you, and then
Oh,
inquiring about everything pertaining to the ritual.
no, I'm gonna have a question session with those undead. I want to know stuff, but I can wait with that.
Okay,
Like, that was what I actually prepared, not all this shit.
right.
Um.
Uh,
Well,
How,
let's have it be done. Hard way, if nothing else. Do you have a pressing question?
or is it just, like, lore building stuff?
Just lore building.
Okay, you just wanted to know what Manikai had made.
Um, what did the participants of the ritual like? She gathered like a master team. What did they get?
Well, in the end, nothing.
Yeah, well,
It didn't work out.
Because she betrayed and killed them.
Yes, they did not have a good time out of it. But Ivan Bursk, the archaeologist from Starmantle, was tempted with the idea of rediscovering the lost secrets of distant Damaskar, and then later understanding them using the special sort of conflux of knowledge that this valley gives to understand and identify the Mascarcana that they have received, found. How Guo Chachiro, the scroll dragon scroll keeper, Methlin, hoped that this would be and the draconic knowledge sought would allow him to further study the Book of the Dragon and perhaps create or find a way to gain the draconic wisdom to lead Nathlan into a future where it wasn't dominated by large cats. Which
that is
wasn't really,
okay. I like that.
as
That's a
dragon
noble
scroll
goal.
keeper, he wasn't super into that. And then you have Zarkan, the master enchanter and tattoo and the Thayan tattoo artist who wanted to likewise bring down Sestam
Okay.
and end the tyranny of undead in Thay.
Yeah. How did they obtain the 4 eggs for the ritual and where?
I'm not glaring at Ari. No, that's not happening, viewers.
in very different ways. Beyond that, these people are not knowledgeable of which 4 were successful.
Oh.
Many were acquired, many from different places. They will say that there were many attempts to get them to work, but some eggs had to have certain qualities to them that they never quite understood, which allowed them to somehow survive. Yaffle made a deal with Hell to allow souls to be granted to otherwise dead or sort of petrified and unviable specimens, which
Okay.
had some of these qualities, which she then made work.
Okay. Yeah. I was just interested in, like, I know that the dragons have been told like that they were dead eggs, and I was like, well, maybe
That
they
seems to
know
be the truth.
how that happened. Like, were they
Yeah.
dead eggs? Did they make them dead eggs and then
No,
get the
they were found.
souls? Okay. Cool.
One was purchased from the Fae. Some were found petrified. Like one was recovered by sailors a long time ago and was on a mantle in a tavern. It was fished out of the Sea of Fallen Stars. That sort of thing. Like they scoured far and
Alright.
wide to find some. It's somehow actually easier to find them, unviable than it is to find them viable. because then you have a dragon to contend
Yeah, I
with.
was gonna say, because then there's a
Which,
huge
you
magic
know,
dragon.
Back
Okay.
and forth.
Yeah.
They tried both.
Right.
Right.
Cool. That's it for now.
Okay. Yeah, because there will be. Well, yeah. A little more time passes. I don't think we're going to make it quite to your meeting yet, Egarth.
That's fine.
There's other people who
worries.
want to.
Yeah. Do I finish with say the 10-day at the Dragon first?
Yes, that does happen.
Okay.
It'll be
when
a little
she-
while longer.
Yeah. When she does finish, her handiwork looks at the denuded sort of landscape within the Feint itself and the bodies that were left there from the stalwart defenders who wanted to defend it. She looks at Lartnath and says, "I'll be back in 1 year." Before she departs with the Bulette.
And Sar puts his big claw on Latnath as she leaves. Just you and me now.
All right. And she returns back to nature, spending her time flitting between the crater and Cairnheim, sort of monitoring things and waiting.
I'll be in the halls of Cairnheim. She'll hear the pop, right, of an imp. Little
Her
fluttery
head
thing,
swivels.
sniveling as they do. Mighty spirit of the land, Emissary Lidrathir, my mighty master wishes to have your time. He offers his office in Avernus, but is considerate should you wish to meet elsewhere.
Says, "And who is your mighty master, little one?"
Yeah, he gets excited. And what follows is a long list of names that can be summed up with Nabarus the Pit Fiend.
Navros the Pit Fiend. That ring a bell for the character?
Yeah, it kind of does. Basarek might have mentioned the casual
Yes.
name of his.
Says, says, "Has your mighty master, Nabaros, informed you of this meeting's contents, little one?"
I am, of course, not important to his Majesty. He wishes to discuss recent events and to congratulate you.
But of course, inform your mighty master that I will be within the ancient tomb in the back where he cannot reach, for he has been forbidden. I will stay there in the boundary where he cannot cross, and I will converse with him there, not at his office in Inverness.
Stutters as it. He did not expect that answer.
He says, "I will be there in, a 10-day from now, the trip being as arduous as it is."
If you do not wish to see my master, I will simply tell him you do not wish for him to appear.
No, I will meet with your master. But it will be at a boundary where he cannot cross. Your master is mighty indeed, and I would not wish to run afoul of Avernus's trickery.
He is not ready to leave Avernus yet after the dissipation.
Says, A pity. You said that I could choose a more suitable location. Were you deceiving me, little one?
It will take time.
Says, all right, then. How about you yourself come back, and no other imp, and inform me how long it will your not-so-mighty master may require to actually return here to Faerun. She flashes her teeth at the imp.
Yes, mistress. Like, then it'll pop away again, right? To go deliver the message.
Snorts, and then goes about her time now, looking out for when she can expect like a return message for how long Navarros will take to return to this plane if he actually needs to wait at all. Like she fucking trusts an imp.
Oh, bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It will be, I mean, not that long, probably like, but yeah. No, 16 hours. Pretty much exactly before the imp appears. It's a bit more collected now, perhaps more terrified. Seems like it did not go well. But it's
Probably not, no. It says,
mighty.
You return.
It stumbles, not used to people not liking the formalities of introductions. Yes, my master has said that it will take him some 10 days before he is ready to depart the infernal lair. He did not like your suggestion of meeting place and would request such a meeting to happen outside of ritual, sort of mumbles, outside of the tomb.
Says, did he give any specific reason why it should happen outside the tomb, little one?
It was where he was dissipated.
Ah. Right outside the tomb?
The imp looks, it's suffering answering such questions. It's not his job. It's just, I am not privy to such information, but my master would have stayed in the back.
Yes. Let me flip a D2 here. What kind of response we'll give and say, no, I like my suggested meeting spot. We can see each other real up close. Just won't be able to reach out and touch me. Have you ever wanted to be touched by your master before, little one?
It shudders. No.
Says, yes, well, I value my well-being and would not insult your master by thinking him so weak. Meeting him while standing at a location he cannot touch is good for my well-being and health.
I was to inform you that in this case, there can be no meeting. He cannot. It is a place that is unavailable to him.
I stand in the back where he cannot be, and he stands where he can be, and, well, there's a line there he cannot cross, but we can still converse, yes? Or can words not pass that barrier? Asking a lot of questions of this.
The imp stares at her. Mighty emaciated Drithyr. This servant will, in its best efforts, the master, it does not fear anything. There is no such thing as fright for a creature of his sophistication and power, and yet the back of that tomb is as like to the center and heart of the abyss to my master.
Says, well, your master is the one seeking a meeting from me, yes?
The imp nods vigorously. Yes, that much he has conveyed correctly.
So-
Yes.
Now, when one goes requesting such a meeting, one must be prepared to make concessions. Now, you said your master was willing for me to choose a different meeting location. I gave a separate meeting location, and I'm being told that wasn't good enough. Now, that upsets me, little one. Not that I would harm you, but it
Imp
it
looks
has me
relieved.
think unkindly of your master that I was extended an offer, and my offer has been repudiated.
He found your suggestion most displeasing, as he did not see it as genuine.
Says, well, it is genuine that I would be there to meet him. You may not know this, little one, but hell does have a stake and desire for my soul, and I do not wish to go to hell. Hell has actively sought my destruction, and while you may not care, because of course you would not care, it is not in my best interest to befriend even your mighty master, for we are not aligned in this. Your mighty master serves hell, and I do not. There's a disconnect there. So, if it pains or embarrasses or humiliates Nabaros and she spews the exact same length of titles to have a conversation with less than 200-year-old Imizure Lidrathir, because of that meeting location that he said through you he would have with me, then he's going to have that with me there, or he's not going to have it with me at all. Because I do not answer to him.
The imp bows, very intimidated, obviously.
And if he has a problem with that, perhaps his master should come have a conversation with me, and maybe we could have it in a different locale.
Yes, as you wish. I will speak to his master.
Imizure at least blinks rapidly.
As you wish. At once.
And says, "You are dismissed."
Yeah,
I want to speak with the manager.
It'll salute like 5 times.
Oh, never
quickly,
treated
and
like
then
this.
Disappear.
The Green Dragon blinks rapidly and was not expecting to be called on that statement. And she thinks to herself, "Who's above Nabaros?"
What department does
if
he
you're
work
not-
in?
They could be anything. It's like, some
Yeah, it
devil
could be
name.
another.
Yeah.
Well,
could
he's
be
a pit
Arch
fiend,
Fiend.
which means
Yeah.
that probably it's one of 7 guys, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah. There's that. Okay.
well,
Well, the Green Dragon says, "Huh, all right. If that imp has that kind of pull, then sure,
He doesn't, she does.
I suppose so." Damn.
yes, sir. I got the Mr. Lear here in line. She wants,
He wants to
know
talk to your
about
boss.
the
He's
location.
very displeased about.
All right. She goes about her business then, I suppose, and waits for a return call.
Yeah, I mean,
For an interaction she didn't want to have to begin with, but it's now somehow invested in.
Yeah, right. Good. That's very helpful.
yeah, that's.
I rolled a D2 there. On a 1, I would have been like, fine, I'll have it out there. What the fuck?
I'm sure that the imp is enjoying whatever punishment he's getting for coming with this kind of shitty reply.
He gets to be here on the prime material plane for a little bit amount of time.
Yeah.
It's be useful.
Thrown
Can lick
back
his
and forth.
wounds
He's a
then.
messenger imp. He's more highly up than the lowly, sort of
Yeah,
pitiful.
like that's a pretty important task.
He's a pretty important imp, you would say.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah. He's got like a tie on. That's how you know.
Bow tie.
The more clothes they wear, the higher up the hierarchy they are.
Yeah. While the imps are certainly beneath the Green Dragon, she does remember, as a hatchling, those imps handling the other
Oh,
dragons. Like,
Sort
there's
of,
a little bit of power in them.
Trying to deal with them.
She's never hated them.
They do their job. They the ones in the cave took some glee in it, especially when the dragons were smaller than they ended up being. You know,
How
dragons
many
bad,
times
they
have you
get to beat
died?
up the wormling, but eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there will be, it will take a bit longer. Well, there's
Sure.
a response again. Does she just hang around, like, waiting for it?
I mean, she's continuing like her travel between like from the Gulf Andor region to like Cairnheim, like still like she's preparing for like the conclave at like midsummer, but like she's not waiting in the exact same spot. She figures that whatever messenger is gonna come by, but she's not gonna gonna do something about this. She's gonna be reactive instead of active. See whatever messenger comes next.
Yeah.
I mean, she said that it needed to be the same imp.
Yep.
Yeah.
Making that I will only speak to him,
Yeah.
There's
It's
a
like, is
level
that
of
a good
importance
thing?
there.
A bad thing?
Yeah.
Mm.
And when the imp reappears a few days later, scorched, it's been on a journey. You know? It will look to we should bow again many times. Say, yeah, I'm most sorry for the wait, Lady Irisur Lidrithir. There were many questions. This task has found the given your unwillingness to wait for my lord, a mighty long string of names. I have, as you requested, brought it to attention of a higher power. And it will hold out like a letter, simple small piece of letter with a wax seal and a sort of a red bow on it. The letter is sort of a grey stone color. Doesn't seem to be paper. When the bow is undone, a Hellmouth will take you to a fitting location for a meeting with the Iron Lord himself.
The Green Dragon looks from the imp to the letter, then back to the imp, and says, You expect me to open a letter that's going to teleport me off this plane?
The Iron Tower, legendary and impregnable super prison of hell, is ready to receive you as a guest and visitor, so that you can discuss with his lord.
The Iron Tower super prison of hell is ready to receive me as a
There
guest?
is no safer place within the nine hells.
My concern, little one, is not about some demons from a blood war trying to attack me while I'm in Avernus. It is that hell has a claim upon me, and I do not wish to go to Avernus. I was unwilling to meet your master in Avernus, and your master suggested that I can pick an alternate location, but refuse my alternate location. Your
Yes.
master's master is suggesting I go meet in Avernus. Why would I meet your master's master in Avernus when I could have just met your master in Avernus?
The location has been changed. The Iron Tower is located in Dis, the imp says proudly.
Says,
Is one entire layer further away.
you are not understanding my problem, little one.
It seems to indeed. I mean, my lord assures your safety in all regards from all outside enemies.
And what about the inside enemies?
He has no enemies inside. He commands every living thing within Dis.
Right, and I would be a living thing within Dis if I were to open the letter, yes?
Yes, and very quickly. It is efficient and will leave you no waiting.
Right. We thus see the problem then, if I am meeting someone who commands every living thing within the realm that I am teleporting to, yes?
The imp does not understand the problem.
Says, alright, little one. Going to help you through this process, you can be a more effective messenger. I live and breathe. I do not wish to go to Avernus. I like the plane on which I reside. I do not wish to become a prisoner. I wish to retain my free will, something I know you do not have. I have no desire to spend time on any layer of Avernus. I don't wish to visit, I don't wish to shop, I don't wish to barter or parlay. I want none of those things. Out of concern, I will be trapped there because there are many devils spread across the layers, and hell is very powerful, particularly your master's master. So, I did not wish to meet your master, a mighty pit fiend within Avernus, for these concerns I have expressed to you. Your master's master is more powerful than your master. This does not make me desire more to go to Avernus to have a meeting. If I open this letter, my immediate concern is I will be imprisoned within that tower and will not be able to escape because your master's master is exceptionally powerful and within his home. Yes, it would be as if I welcomed anyone to my home. They would be weaker, at a disadvantage, for it is my home, it is my strength, I have made it that. That is why I did not insult your master by saying we would meet at my home. And so when your master's master says, let's meet at my home, at a tower that is infamous for being a prison, my response is, absolutely not. If your master's master wishes to meet me, then he can meet me at the same location I suggested. In the tomb, where I'm in the back, where the devils can't go, talking to where the devils can go.
Lord Dispater is unable to manifest upon the world as his powers far too. He is not allowed by powers that be, by infernal law. An emissary could be sent to your home.
Says, how about an emissary known as your master, Nabaros, meeting me at the location I was told I could suggest.
I will bring your word to my master's master.
Great. Let it be said that I am not intending to insult your master's master, only very cognizant of how dangerous and powerful he is, and not desiring to spend all of eternity there. If I hear back from you or any other emissary from hell that I am being offered a meeting on any layer of Avernus, that messenger will not return.
The imp bows again. Pops away. The answer that will appear will be short, and in letter form this time.
Oh, that's gonna have to be read to me by the imp, because I ain't fucking trusted any letters now that I get from imps that might teleport me to a place.
The imp isn't even there. It just appears in a nice sort of little flame, and then
Sure.
Reverse burning of paper.
All right.
It
What does
it says the location you have requested for our meeting is declined due to the hazardous elements existing within.
All right.
I will
Dragon
see you soon. The Iron Duke. XOXO.
Green Dragon snorts, says, and just like says at the paper as if it has the answers, "Why did you waste our collective time? As if you thought I were some sort of fool. You could have at least tried to lie to me better. If I were so important, you could have sent more than an imp. Could have spared something there, some other form of agent."
Yeah, well,
And then like she just like steps on like the paper, like her claw, and just like shoves it like into the dust somewhere.
yeah.
She like walks past, like, "Oh yes, of course. Open the bow, and it will teleport you to the Iron Tower." She like walks away from
Yeah, she's cautious.
I don't find that an unreasonable
No,
outcome.
no, it probably isn't.
Martine, what are your thoughts on this? Should I open this
Yeah,
one?
yeah, just open it. Give it to someone you hope they'll teleport into the fucking prison.
Just hand it to your character. Here, open this for me.
Yeah,
Why?
No, she would never.
Yeah.
Like, you want me to do something? I don't think so.
This sounds like a trick.
Mm.
It is with perhaps this is important because when emissary gets another letter, I don't know how she receives it, but one of her people will show up soon after this and say, my lady emissary, there's been a message left for you.
Is it tied up in a bow?
No, it was magically transferred to us.
All right. Bring it to me and open it in my presence.
He will go. Will open it. Has a handwriting, a draconic script. And
It's a nice handwriting. Is it a good handwriting?
It is. It is, but it's quickly written.
Okay.
Which is I don't think you recognize the handwriting, but it says we should talk. I will meet you at the Dragon Fane. And then it's just signed with a big Y.
The dragon just like blinks rapidly at the letter, just kind of like looks dumbfounded, And then I think she's in this mood, the letters, that now like the person who's brought the letter is like, we should talk at the Dragon Fane? Why? And she like goes like, Yaffle? Yinka? Some not fucking, but you know, like a draconic oath curse word from Avernus? Oh yes, of course. Why don't you just direct me around as if I am not some eternal primal spirit that will live forever? As if do they not fathom? She like looks at the person who brought the letter and then back to the letter. Do they not fathom how valuable my time is? What I have slain, what I have conquered in my short life? Sure, I'll inconvenience myself. Why not? I've been made to be ordered around and commanded. That's what I was put on this plane to do. That's all I exist for, to serve someone else. If it isn't the Oak Father, if it isn't the Lion God, if it isn't some blood monstrosity.
Yeah, no, of course not. He's sort of backing out. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Just
These are leaders who just like the guy extracts him, as you just like the camera pans away. She's continuing to
just yell and skate.
And after she like unwinds, she'll be like, I think, and her attitude is like, yeah, sure, whatever. It could be some sort of trap from fucking whoever else. Why not? Yeah, fine. I'm done with this shit. This is taking too much effort. I'm fucking going.
Yeah, they say scheduling is the hardest part of being an old dragon.
Not even that old.
Adding like the years of adding fast.
Oh.
If this is how it's gonna be.
So you go to the Dragon Fane?
Go to the Dragon Fane.
Right.
Why?
You were here recently.
I was. It just could be like, I mean, it could have been like, why? But it could be anything or anyone. And at this attitude, she's like, whatever. She's prepared to just not even destroy so much, just see whatever trap it is and then teleport away or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can cut to a small side place, not exactly in the Dragon Fane, but a little to the side.
Sure.
Discreet little corner. One of those like cliffy desert places that I hear.
Yeah.
Where she will find Yenka waiting.
Green Dragon. Upon like beholding Yenka.
He looks at the Green Dragon, clearly wary of what's going to happen.
Yeah. The Green Dragon feels the same way. Like, lands, gestures of a claw. You actually requested me? So, like, in a state of, like, after all the recent letters, like, mild disbelief.
I thought it was better to get this out of the way. I don't see you as my enemy. He says, as if to get that out early.
Says, sure.
Yet I wasn't going to speak to Nemain.
Of course not. You are too understanding of Nemain's proclivities.
I had their soul in my hand as I transferred another. I've tasted enough to know not to trust them. Not that I should trust you, either.
Says, you had mine as well, the very first transfer.
Yeah, she does. I trusted you on this, and it turned out that you're correct. There were dark things waiting in the ritual. Perhaps what happened is for the best. I won't say it didn't pain me to leave. It felt as if I was so very close. Finally freeing my homeland. But given the opposition to the ritual, if it hinged on my participation directly, then maybe I was not as close as I thought.
Yes, Nemain would have dropped everything and directly acted against you as you appeared within there. You were wise to stay away, and you were prudent to heed my warning.
I took precautions. I prepared for the eventuality that it might fail. I admit that before your warning, I was not cognizant of the possibility of you turning against the malignant. It seemed to me that should such a thing have happened, it should have happened many years ago. However, the theological aspects always seemed... You understand that me going ahead with this ritual, I had to consider what world I was creating for my fellow non-draconic people, and I found it an acceptable cost. It did not come to me that you would choose differently, given that you are certainly likely to were more likely to benefit than I. I wanted this meeting so that I could tell you that I respect you. I respect what you did when you told me about, you warned me that something unexpected would happen. And yet, you understand my goal is to free my home. And that Sastam and the forces of Thay are a force to be reckoned with. A force that manifestation of Tiamat would have been able to destroy, that I cannot stand against alone. I am left with far fewer options now that Malignant is gone, and that Tiamat is less appreciative of me than when I was working for her. Luckily, another betrayal has stung harder than my own. I suppose there's no need to ask if you and Nemain would come kill some Thayan liches for me. Finish Sastam up and deliver my country to me in a bow.
The Green Dragon doesn't provide an answer for that. Only
Yeah.
you know the answer to that question. Look,
Yeah. Expected as much. What I'm doing might seem like it's going to get in your way, and I sincerely hope it won't. But in my work with Malignant, I learned he trusted me. And for good reason. As you well know, we almost succeeded. I have encountered and taken the incarnation of Yaffle. I brought her with me with the intention to perhaps help teach her, to get her ready for the destiny that lies ahead of her. I've placed her within Thay, so that she may learn from them, but more importantly, so that she may learn to detest them. She is powerful, even without regaining her former knowledge. I found it amusing when I learned that I shared her goal, that this was the plan I came looking for, yet I somehow ended up working with the very creatures that fate has not been kind to me, I suppose. She is in Thay, and she will remain there unless she is discovered and killed by Sastam for a few years. After that, I will bring her to the ritual site myself. She's ready. I do not
How
know
will you
exactly.
determine she is ready, Yinka?
When her hate for Sestam is sufficient. Her magical power is far beyond mine already. She's been born with such a might. She's a nice girl. Except she has strange proclivities and an immense guilt. She murdered her childhood friend when she was very young. She's carried that with her ever since. I suspect
Why did you
some of Nemain's
not bring Yaffle to the ritual site immediately? After all, Yaffle, if she does still exist and would return fully intact into that form and frame, would share the hatred for Zaztam that you hold, right?
because she might lose. I brought her here immediately. She fought and she lost. Then what would I have? You have defeated one. I do not wish to see that repeated, only for me to be left empty-handed. Yeah, full current incarnation is powerful, and I could use that power. Came here
What
to
power do you think she will gain in Thay that will advance her further along, that will secure her victory?
nothing significant. I'm looking for a way out. I'm winning myself time, and I think there's less chance of Nemain rapidly hunting her down and killing her for whatever reason. It would take many good years for her to grow back up.
Oh, Yinka, for someone who is so knowledgeable about so many facets of Arcana, you fail to understand Nemain's goal, which would not be to hunt down Yaffle and slay her. Oh no, Nemain could have done that at any moment in time, for Nemain always knows where Yaffle is. It's a part of their collective condition. No, when the time would be right, Nemain would bring Yaffle to the ritual site herself. And then, upon the ritual's completion, Nemain would do battle with Yaffle. And Nemain is not seeking for another repeat of the cycle of lethargy.
I don't know the specifics, which is true. He's learned a lot, but there's limits to how much she can ask Malignant about without
Sure.
and how much he knew.
Mm-hmm.
Their connection is a complication I would rather have been with. But should the ritual somehow fail, at least the current incarnation is extremely capable and has a strong will for finding some redemption in the world. It was rather easy to tell her to infiltrate Thay as some grand quest.
I hope for your sake, then, Yinka, that the Lich Lord of Thay does not discover what you have delivered to his land. For within Yaffle's current form resides a spark of the Lord of Murder. And I am so very understanding of how the Lich Lord hunts divine essence. Such is that within her right now.
Indeed. Should he discover her, that would be... He would likely not kill her. He would likely capture her and bring her to his secret laboratories, his private ones. Torture her, experiment upon her, and slowly try to extract her soul, which is of course not allowed by the ritual. Soul Should it leave her, I presume it has to be reincarnated. I'm sure Hell, some other force, is enlisted to make sure that that happens, even if such a powerful being should try to prevent it. Maybe, I don't know, you might even have some interest in ensuring that that doesn't happen. Should he find out.
The green dragon just rolls her bulk and says, "If she is found and captured there, it does not immediately concern me. Nor do I imagine it will, at any point, ever."
Well, yes. Looking intently at Missouri, clearly this is something she has considered.
Yes.
Let's hope it doesn't
What?
come to that then.
What were you hoping to advance by having a conversation with me, Yinka? You make the declaration that you do not seek to be my foe. And yet you inform me Yinka is in Thay, and that you will deliver her to the ritual yourself, perhaps in some years, and look to see the ritual succeed, which would involve her not being slain by Nemain. And perhaps myself.
Nods. That was what I was here to convey. She is disappointed with your reaction.
Says, and you were hoping to discover what? That I was not looking to hunt you down. I did not wish you dead. If anything, I would have asked you what it was that the avatar of Tiamat promised Avernus, that had you look oh so woeful. Your words, however, fill me with trepidation. And I would have to consider and perhaps inform my Black Dragon counterpart that there could be 2 Thayan wizards at the ritual site instead of 1. I do not think she would see it as a challenge. I believe she would find it gleeful. Yes, that would be her mood.
I would not seek to fight. I am not good at it. I've never spent much time doing it.
You do not seek to fight, yet you have taken the object of Nemain's fascination beyond where the Black Dragon can reach. And you would continue further to meddle in that which the Black Dragon cares deeply of. In your pursuit of revenge. Is there truly no better alternative for you in your quest for vengeance? Is there no other power that could destabilize the Lich Lord of Thay?
There are few that are willing to. Finding ways to motivate them is the difficult part. I thought perhaps I had what could motivate you. What could motivate Nemain to act against him. Should he capture this incarnation, she says, much less kindly about it now. Should he keep it? Should he find some truths from it? Extract it, use it in some way, involve himself? He might well have signed his own death warrant, wouldn't he? Nemain now had to slay him to be free. That would truly be a shame, wouldn't it?
Yes. Well, the ritual site is located here, and not in Thay. As for Nemain herself and her condition, I believe the Lich Lord would have to come here after Nemain if he sought to act upon that power as well. Otherwise, it would be stripped from him too. He looks up at the sky, says, I don't know the exact specifics. wouldn't feel like telling them to you anyway. Could be a couple decades.
At least I have that.
At least you have that. If Yaffle is found. And if she's not, then should you see her ready, then you'll deliver her to the ritual site. Through the devils. And to the finish line. Or not to the finish line, but to the finish.
I thought perhaps my plan would startle you. The idea of the ritual actually being complete.
Yes.
I thought
Well,
part of
well,
me
you were
coming here
busy
was to
with-
give you the same warning
Yes.
you gave me.
Yes. You warned me once before about the ritual. While you and Valignith were cavorting with other dragons in Jacinta. The Black Dragon and I have retained our focus and concern upon the ritual, and it does not hold the same power over us as it once did.
It concerned him very dearly. But yes, I see that you are not as concerned as he.
Hmm.
I hope you do not feel I have wasted your time then.
Tell me, did you perhaps prepare a means of escape, a teleportation of some kind, should this turn hostile, or to quickly extract yourself from the situation if the Black Dragon should show up?
He nods. Of course.
Yes. You should make use of that. I will be telling the Black Dragon of this meeting.
Suppose we shall not soon see each other again then.
No, you're going to be delivering Yaffle to the ritual site in a few years, you said. We would be seeing each other then.
Perhaps. Unless things get
You bet-
complicated.
You best believe I'm going to know when the ritual ends. Or what's left of it. Almost as an ominous threat.
He's getting creeped out. And it's gonna use her teleportation.
Yeah. Green Dragon tilts her head, or like in contemplation, as Yinka like vanishes, and she waits like a minute too. She can see invisible anyway to like check to see whether like Yinka like dimension doored behind like a rock or like a nook or a
Yeah,
cranny.
she bailed.
Yeah.
It's a great teleportation ritual. Just get out of there.
Yep.
And she said she doesn't want to fight. She couldn't win, and she knows it.
And then sort of like with a sigh, then she like the Green Dragon runs through like, should I just teleport to Nemain over this? And like, no, this isn't so urgent that I need to do that. I'll fly to the Eel Fort and then I'll fly to like Westgate if I can't find her.
Yeah, I
And,
mean,
like from the Dragon
she's in
Fane.
the ritual. So.
From the Dragon Fane, like the Green Dragon will fly to the Eel Fort. And then Black Dragon will probably not be there. So from there, the Green Dragon will fly to Westgate. Go all the way down to like where the Black Dragon's lair is. And then just wait for her to emerge instead of like going into the Black Dragon's lair. That'd be rude. Black Dragon's still alive and well.
I suppose she would come out at some point checking some documents from Semping.
Yeah, her
I've learned that, like,
encyclopedia.
Yeah, the
Evil
Green
made
Dragon
this point too.
is waiting outside like the statue of the Topaz Dragon. Or wherever like the outer boundary of the lair is stationed
Yeah.
at this point. The Green Dragon waits there.
I suppose Nemain would like find someone having delivered that message that Emissary Leader's is here.
Yeah, that's how she prefers it, yeah.
She'll like stick her head up.
But the
And
Green
me?
Dragon patiently waiting, gentle repose, as if she could be harried or, intruded upon, particularly in
she'll
her
come
current
up.
state. looks upon and says, "Ah, Lady of Murder, may we talk, you and I?"
Of course. To grumble. Like, go inside.
Yeah.
Let's not talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I just figured, like,
Yeah.
Black Dragon's more paranoid, and Green Dragon will permit the Black Dragon to pick a location.
Yes.
As the Green Dragon follows. When we reach a suitable location, Green Dragon says, "I have received communication from a couple individuals of note. The entities within Avernus have sought me to travel there myself, even going so far as to offer me a letter of teleportation to venture personally, all expense free, instantaneous, no charge, to an iron tower to speak with an archfiend. Iron Tower known prominently as a prison there from which no one escapes." I refused and offered an alternative meeting site and was subsequently declined, but I can expect to see uh, mighty devils in my near future. Or so has been told to me. I was curious whether you have received such summons.
I have not.
Says, "Ah, yes, well, more's the pity. It's not as if you would have volunteered to teleport there either. Perhaps greater interest to you is that someone else sent me a letter. Yinka. And I did meet with her directly,
Glowing red eyes.
just beyond the Dragon Fane, though I assure you she has since teleported away, fearing your wrath, and perhaps mine. To goad us into securing her revenge against the Lich Lord of Thay, she has delivered the current form of Yaffle to Thay itself, in the hopes that Yaffle will spend the time being inspired to hate the undead and seek to overthrow the Lich Lord or some such nonsense. Regardless, Yaffle is currently there. I presumed you knew of that to some extent, that she was distant given your current connection?
Yes.
Yes, well, Yinka seemed disappointed that I was unmotivated. Particularly when she further volunteered that the Lich Lord of Thay could capture Yaffle and perhaps subject Yaffle's current incarnation to all manner of experiments, perhaps discover the divine spark within her, and perhaps transfer it unto himself, or somehow sabotage the ritual or interfere with it in some form or fashion. As you explained to me, there is a time limit that you have, and I figure whoever has the other spark, be it Yaffle or the Lich Lord of Thay, would have to follow the same time. So,
Yes.
he would have to show up here, and I am far less concerned about him than I was many years ago.
Well, that is a lot to take in.
Yes, I blatantly informed Yinka that I have no desire or interest to go to Thay. I will not be swayed on that matter, though their state does disgust me. It is so far, and there are so many others close by that could perhaps resolve it. I've always been concerned about the Thayans and them discovering the truth. I suppose, though, if the Lich Lord were to discover it now, he would have to show up himself, and you and I have done a lot of slaying. Avatar of Tiamat, a god. I don't think the Lich Lord's a god.
No.
Hmm.
I'm not even sure that he would be able to take the spark. Well, if anyone, I suppose it would be him, but after all, Yaffle is still linked to the ritual and will be. Her soul, if removed, will return. from what I understand.
Yes, and that would perhaps be cause for us to feel great pain, were such to be true, but you and I have devised ways of ameliorating that pain, of lessening the circumstances. After all, we slew Velignith, and still we
Yes.
stand.
The Cicatrix nods to herself. Yes, it was a good idea not to leave all those silver dragons drained, but still alive. Thank.
So, if the situation were to arise, we could adapt, you and I, as we have done already. She seemed perturbed by this knowledge that whatever sway she thought she could hold over me had none such power. She did mention the possibility that in some years she herself would deliver Yaffle to the ritual site, which is where I thought you might be more interested and concerned, as the devils themselves cannot traverse there at all. You and I appear to be the only ones who have access to it at all, and it seems prudent that perhaps we could invest some resources in treating the location as if it were our combined lairs. The servants would be difficult to locate there, but perhaps we could invest our resources in trapping the location. It is so small, and it would be such a pity if even a diviner escorting a very potent mage were to traverse there and somehow fail to anticipate what we placed there because we forbade her from perceiving what it was that we did. After all, we cannot
Yes.
be there always, all the time, but at the very least, some sort of alarm, maybe some sort of. I think humans like riddles. We could manage something. It's not as if they can just terraform the land surrounding. The devils can access that.
The Cicatrix briefly considers getting a Sphinx just because it would be so fucking ironic. Have a Sphinx sitting there.
Yes. Now, I can only access the location through your portal, or either that, or I would have to slay every devil there to reach it myself, and there's a very irate pit fiend now who believes I've so insulted him. It would be more complicated. I could always earth meld, I suppose, or find some means to do that. Regardless, it seems prudent. You're the more devious of us, and so wish to spill Thayan blood, particularly that of wizards. I thought I might run it by you.
Yes, that thought does give me some joy. It's like a experimental, like joy.
It does complicate us a little bit that Yaffle is over in Thay, and thus we cannot scoop her up when we're ready to deliver her to the ritual site. But she's powerful enough through us that she'll likely be fine, and Yinka's so desperate for vengeance will probably monitor Yaffle's situation, and I mean, if Yaffle is delivered to the ritual site, that would mean 2 Thayan wizards for you instead of 1, and I could not think of any better gift to give you.
True.
Except for 3, and I don't know a third one who's relevant enough to matter.
Well, we have just killed a lot of them.
They were liches. They went back and told the Lich Lord of their failure.
True.
Though I do imagine plenty of them are dying in Jacinta right now.
Yes. Yes. It is well earned, of course.
Of course. Speaking of the ritual, how does it look?
Yes, I have analyzed new parts. Well, really, most of the stuff from what I can glean, I have not had time or focus enough to do all of it. It is a lot of work, even with the original creators. I suppose it took them many years to make it, so it takes some time to unravel, though
Yes.
bastard as it is. But we have made it to the part where it is basically just Yaffle fueling power to herself taking it from us. It is well, it will be a good thing if we get some time to change some of the calculations in there to even the odds a bit more. It is certainly made in her favor, and it is not set up for a peaceful solution. Not much is clear.
Just Minka's actions may have benefited us then by locating Liafel further away from the ritual site. I enticed many adventurers to go find that site and destroy it, and I have not. Well, I haven't changed the offer. I don't believe anyone succeeded. The devils there are mighty. Ah, so extra time then seems prudent, particularly if I have seeded Yinka's mind with doubt. She says she does not wish to fight, but I assured her firmly that you wish to fight. And if Yinka is there at the ritual site, then I may also wish to fight her. She would be involving herself in a lot.
Yes, she was already on, well, non-existent ice for who she is, for what she represents. Then, well, she had a purpose. I could allow her to live for a time, for Valdiknev's sake. Then, they ruined the ritual setup, whatever they did, and had the audacity to flee.
Says, yes, well, we have survived much already, you and I.
Yes, it is true. I do not fear her.
Yes, this is no greater complication, and if time is what you require to unravel the mysteries Yaffle has placed there, particularly with the creators she betrayed, then I believe time is what you shall have.
Yes.
Just not too much time, though, right?
No. Well, no.
Indeed not. Then inform me, as the situation progresses, of what resources you may desire to create a hospitable room and hallway for
Welcoming.
any, very potent, teleporting, mighty diviners with feeble bodies. Yes? I'm sure there
Yes,
could be.
I already have some studied expertise in reaches for a ritual book.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Green Dragon rubs her face. There was already some form of forbiddance, in one of the hallways here in this place you now call your lair, to prohibit people from teleporting. It
No
seems,
teleporting.
and if they can't meld through the earth, it just seems prudent that they not be allowed to skip straight to the ritual site. They should have to take their time.
And no divining in here either.
Oh, of course not. Absolutely. That way, I would not want. Yinka already had her opportunity to escape you. If she's going to so willingly place herself in front of you again, there's no helping her.
Yes. Well, somehow this has been good news.
Yes. Let me know what it is that you may require to fulfill our combined agendas, then I will see about acquiring it, I suppose.
I shall.
Yes. The Green Dragon sort of swivels as if she's about done with the conversation, then almost enough fun. Oh, I visited the trio Valignith installed within the Dragon Fane and informed them the truth. Precisely what happened at the start of this year and of the changing circumstances that would necessitate me removing the Dark Lady's influence, not just from the Dragonfane, but the surrounding mountain range. Now, Carricks that contemplate a black dragon took some minion supporters and went up north, I believe, beyond the Lake of Dragons. I couldn't say how far.
They all go there.
Yes, the green one, Lartenath, wheedled to attempt to keep the treasure located there, which I frankly had no interest in, and so I've bade him dismantle all of the shrines and temples to Tiamat within the Dwarven Holds this year, and perhaps the Silver Mine too, if he wished to keep that treasure. We'll see whether he actually amounts to anything or whether he will have fled by year's end. Ganasar is suitably heartbroken over these sort of events, the falling apart of Draconic cooperation, but I suspect he will remain there to continue fostering it alongside that treasure trove of knowledge. I do not have it within me to care enough to take it from him or sort of his purpose of being. Let it continue to be supported, the idea of Draconic cooperation. It benefits us. And I just sort of like rolls her bulk as if just like that's all she has to say on the matter. It benefits us.
Well, I suspect I will be hearing a lot of commotion in the mountains then. Well, we will see if... For now, I do believe we have created some kind of peace, at least underneath. I suspect he might flee, though we shall see. Ganasar is... well... he reminds me of that awful giant, but, well, if he can keep the library safe and all you have to do is lip service him a bit about the mysteries of life and relations, I have endured worse. Let him sit there and be miserable. I think that is good enough. Well, as for your access to the portal, I will speak with my people. You can go through to the portal anytime you wish. It is a common interest, after all.
Yeah. I suppose with those words, that might be the end here. It looks like with RAM sticks went out again. Computer has probably shut down. Yeah, well, we've almost made it to midnight. We have made it to midnight.
Yeah. So.
And yeah. Wow. Just imagine how far we got before we began having these issues.
Yeah, sorry for all the tech issues, people.
Yeah, it's quite a
Somehow
wonder.
it's all falling at the same time as well.
Things are happening. The world is in motion, and was just realizing just what these dragons can do.
I felt really bad. It's like always the thing. I'm like, oh man, like poor Raidra. Yeah, it's totally true. It's like, are you just gonna fucking bail? And it's like, yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, well,
I was
you
like,
know.
well, maybe it'd be bad to be a god, but then it's like, well, but also I'm not gonna want to take care of stupid Zambia anyway, even if I'm not a god. That doesn't interest me at all.
Mhm. Oh,
Welcome
you're
back.
back. We didn't know if you would be. Uh,
Yeah, I think that we're ending session now.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, seems
About
like a
time.
good time, especially if there's computer trubs.
Ah, there we go. That wasn't my computer crashing.
No.
I had a power surge, and
Oh, great.
wasn't long enough to like take like all the electronics out, but it was enough to make the internet cycle.
All right. Well, I suppose that's a bit better news than the alternative.
Yeah. Hey. Woo.
Yeah. No, I just saw it sort of disappear, and I was like, all right, that might be it.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be,
We were
I did
warned.
provide a warning. Yeah. I do have a solid state drive, so the restart happens quickly, but you never know when the big one will hit.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of blathering too. I talked a bit about the Dragon Fate, I transitioned to Elver Sultan, and I stopped and I said, I lost internet, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I was also talking. I was like, wow, it's so quiet. Like,
Really, no response here, huh?
yeah. You
And
know,
then
I guess I'll
Discord
keep
dropped the picture,
monologuing.
and it's like, all right, that's what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, so, Carrix, I made mention of, and you responded to that. I said something about Lardenaf, and
Yes,
how I
treasure.
paid him to give him a year to clean the shit out of the dwarven holds, since he cared so much about the treasure. And if he doesn't do that, well, good luck to him. As I'll be back to check, and then I guess I'll just sort of like summarize this like hand wavy thing. That Elversalt, exist out there and was like within like the influence of the Dragon Fane. I didn't leave any directive about that. That's kind of so far away. That's like whatever. You might want to check on it though. There might be some trading opportunities there for you,
Yes,
or any other opportunities.
drugs. I mean,
Yeah,
fair trade,
yeah,
country
yeah.
products.
From Symbia on down.
Yes, yeah. My answer is basically like, yeah, I don't care about any of these dragons. I don't like Ganasar, but he is a good guardian for all the knowledge, so he
Yeah.
can, he can sit there and be miserable and guard all the treasure.
Yeah,
That's good for me.
Draconic cooperation continues to benefit us, so
Yes.
I don't see any reason why we should say dragons are no longer
Yeah.
allowed to cooperate.
Well, especially since we are currently sitting at the power to be like, no, not this dragon. Like, no, you can't no cooperation with this one. It's like, oh, you don't want me to go ruin the altar? Well, all right, you're not here then. Go away.
All right, Francis, you're back in character. Mr. Leader says, "All right then." As I said, any resource that may be required or desired, I've certainly destroyed much, but if there would be an expert, a professional in how to craft wizard slaying, Thayan destruction, I would leave it in your claws.
Yes, I have done much pondering on the topic, as you might find surprising.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Sure.
wish to access the portal, you're always welcome to.
Says, it is so deep within your lair, I would not have wished to intrude otherwise. But with your permission, it is possible I might at some point.
Yes, I will let my people know. Not that many of them, well, any of them would be stupid enough to stand in your way.
It is more about having your permission. When I thought that you were in peril or deceased, it was different. But that you are functional and alive and here, it would be an insult.
It would. It's like, yeah, all dragons know it. It's like,
Just all right then. I know how little you enjoy our conversations. I will leave you now to return to your contemplations, perhaps with something new in mind to consider.
meanwhile, Vesicus is just drawing up a map. She has
Yep.
seen the new ancient ruins. Let's be honest, she already has a map of it.
Yeah. Farewell, Lady of Murder.
Until next time.
And the green dragon leaves the black dragon's lair to return back to the Golthandor region and await midsummer.
And there will be a big sovereign affirming conclave.
Maybe. It might not be sovereign affirming, but there will be a big conclave.
Right.
It's time for everyone to learn the truth.
That's words.
Oh, all right. Emissary will tell them all about the dragons.
Could tell them about how the Oak Father has doomed them all because Timmy's religious here is eternal.
I will never die, screams Bites and Pippi.
Yeah.
Right. Good to have that. Yeah, big conclave coming up. In the main, I presume, gonna look more into ritual effects and try to.
Yes. Also,
Well,
I've
introducing
never
that.
gotten to plan out a lair, so you know.
Yeah,
I'm
and now the
excited.
possibility of like
Yeah.
planning a
Yes.
You know,
let's
when
make
you
a
said that,
dungeon
I
lair.
thought it would be kind of fun to have a lair run. You know,
Yeah.
like I'd have to find some people to help me run the adventurers, but you know, that would be kind of a fun thing to do. Good
Yeah.
thematic. So yeah, you could plan a lair.
We'll
You got
see.
plenty of minions. And...
Well,
just if you look at the ancient tomb map, you can see that hallway that extends like out there. What if you just put like a fucking like impregnable like force thing they can't possibly penetrate it, and then create like a weird fucking like route like off to the side that they have to travel through like an entire dungeon before they get to the ritual chamber.
yeah. No, yeah, definitely. Also, it's hidden for me again for some reason.
Well, does Miss ever look out the portal there? That's something that. Well, maybe
What
now
portal?
she would.
Maybe now she would.
The ritual portal. The one
I
in
think-
the ancient tomb.
As soon as she clocks that there's like weird shit going on with like the tablet, she's going to check everything around.
I noticed there wasn't a statue there anymore.
Yeah, she would look out the portal and see that indeed, the big tall statue that just stands there with its open mouth and wearing a crown with it, it seems to be gone. All the boxes and such are still here, but the statue isn't.
Has it
It's
been
gone.
taken?
It's not here.
That's right. When you're going inside the statue, you don't actually know where the statue's outside is anymore.
Hey, how do I go back?
For the portal.
Oh, but I'm not. Okay, so the
yeah.
physical location of the statue is.
Yeah.
Irrelevant, really.
Well, yeah, but I would like to know where.
Yeah, well, it's not here.
Yeah. It's an artifact with wearing another artifact.
Mhm.
Who knows?
That doesn't seem like a good thing.
It could be walking. The camera can pan to it slowly traveling down to the Illithid god right now, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Just, it's like that fucking Dark Sun artifact I read about in AD&E Second Edition that only animates at night, and every night it just goes a little bit closer.
Yeah.
I don't suppose a find object will get me far when it's a fucking artifact.
Hey, does anyone on the throne know about this statue? Just asking for a friend.
No.
Can this thing walk?
Okay, locate object, find object.
Yeah.
Well, detect object. For
Yeah,
the duration of the ritual's effect, you can detect the direction and distance.
Hey, this just means you have more space. You could just like
Uh-huh.
create like more like trap room. The hallway and then that room.
So you think has stolen that statue?
I don't think it's like the statue is like. Wouldn't that be some shit if all she had to do was like reach the statue? Now we don't know where the statue is. I don't think that's how she reaches the ritual site. But
That's, I mean, is it?
I can't swear to it.
What name do you name as the object?
Well, what is it? Force Imethgar? Like, is it the code?
What?
That I used to create my portal?
That's just a portal destination.
Oh. What's it called? Imethgar Arcana? Force Imethgar Arcana?
The nearest Imaskar Arcana. Sadly, that's
Yeah.
not enough because otherwise they would all have been found very quickly.
Yeah.
The lost objects of,
That'd be great.
wouldn't it? Nearest
Yeah.
magical artifact that lets me.
Yeah, when you went to High Imaskar, it would have been like, yeah, we have them all already.
Oh, this is the wrong one. All right. Well, I guess I'll have a think about that until next time, because I
Sure.
need to find the right
Yeah.
ritual. And we
Yeah.
are over time.
Something else for you to consider, I
Yeah.
guess. Well, we had to compensate a little bit after Manakai's great journey
Yes.
to deliver unto you
much
a monitor.
appreciated.
Well, it worked out, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Gave you the time to adjust the microphone volume.
Yeah.
We did it. And
All in all.
next session, the rest of this year.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of the session, Ari?
I thought it was hilarious when you were talking with the imp. I was like, this is great.
You know what? I enjoyed that too.
Yeah.
Just my patient character getting
Oh,
incrementally annoyed.
God. Yeah, even Emmy. Oh, the Cicatrix would have been the worst for that. You would just kill whatever messenger they came with. Like, at one point they'll send me one that's actually intelligent.
It's not a matter of the intelligence of like
Yeah.
the messenger. It's a matter of like what's being offered there.
Yeah, the hell letter.
Yeah. And all
Invitation
expenses
to the
paid. Like
prison.
like
That was the best.
express trip to like
Yes,
and the
the
amp like
most
fallen.
Unescapable prison.
I'm like, I bet that would be fucking convenient, wouldn't it? Like
Yeah.
in the adventure path, like
Well, you could be
I
in
just
the
opened
cell
the
next to
fucking-
Tiamat. Hey,
Yeah.
what up, bitch?
I remember that part of the Way of the Wicked book, Manikai, where if like the evil player character is like, yeah, just take us right there to him.
Yeah, and that one certainly wasn't a good idea to accept the teleportation from the back.
I rarely feel like it is. If I want to teleport, I'll cast it and direct it myself. I don't trust anyone. Yeah.
I'm gonna need a permanent dimensional anchor on myself, so I never teleport ever.
Don't do it. Well, if it's opposed, you'd get like a saving throw.
Yeah. Well, that's better than none.
Great, saving throw. So I'll come down to this. Just how gleeful and excited you are. It's a great place. It's gonna be the best meeting spot.
Seems
Right.
very
I never
impressed.
figured out whether it was through Yenka or if that was just another meeting. Like,
What do you mean?
Like if she was working with Hel in this instance too, and they tried to meet, or if Hel and Yenka at the same time tried to contact you.
I think it was Hel and Yinka at the same time. I don't think they
Yeah.
were united on that one.
Wow, you get so many letters these days.
A
It's
lot's
the-
happened of late.
Also, the dragon that's not known for absolute murder.
Yeah,
Somehow, actually. He's
Yeah,
instigator
Yeah.
of a lot of death, but
you
somehow
know,
doesn't
it's
get the
well,
reputation for it.
yeah, I think I should be thanked for that. Honestly, I suck that all that reputation for murder. I just
What is it,
you
level
know,
30? Every
Either that.
person in the world knows you as a god killer? I mean, that's not... A lot of people are like, I don't want to meet that person. It's not hang out with them. They
Yeah.
kill gods. That's,
well,
bad for
I have
business.
and I plan to maintain it.
Yeah.
I've benefited greatly so far.
I can't say my hands are clean of blood here
Yeah,
when it
no.
comes to God dispatching.
Yeah.
Not a vet dragon? No, it's just the blood for our enemies. It's just
You know,
we
they-
could
they-
clean it off, but we killed new people so fast
You
that
know,
it just really is not worth
I
it.
can't say they're wrong. The folks at Avernus are going to be like, well, so we want to talk to one of them and maybe trap one of them or trick one of them. One of them will just kill us on sight.
Yeah.
The other one won't kill us on sight.
The other one
guess-
might entertain some stuff.
That's the one we try to get.
Yeah. I have disbanded a lot of cults of Asmodeus from Westgate.
I mean, consider the value of your souls, right? Pretty good.
Wow.
Pretty high up there.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You're saying that Emis is more valuable than mine? Okay, well.
No,
Your
it's an insult to
souls.
it's an insult to me because they're saying I'm easier to get than you are.
Well, I mean, that's true in all senses of that meaning. Just,
Wow,
put it out there.
my character is easier than yours. You old spinster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only relationship you have is with murder.
Yes, my one true love. Just, I'm always
Killing
changing
wizards.
it, though, Always moves on.
In pursuit of the next wizard of murdering high.
I've had too few.
That should be the true fear, I think. If this character does get everything she wants, and there's no greater hill for her to crest, like she's standing at the summit, Yinka and Yaffle are both dead in front of her. The Lich Lord of Thay too, sure, he's fucking dead in front of your character. Killed all three of them somehow.
No, yeah,
Right there,
that is the fear everyone should fear, because the
And-
direction will be pointed at someone.
Just
And it's like, well, now what do I do?
Yeah.
the god, the reason there will never be another god of magic is because whenever anyone tries,
Yeah.
it just sort of
Yeah.
sits
No,
there
that
waiting.
that might literally she'll spawn camp. She was fucking spawn.
Just jumps out,
Yeah.
stab, stab.
Level 10 wizard. Oh, I'm Destiny. Rah, shaked.
Yeah, she becomes God of Murder and then voluntarily forfeits the portfolio because she's like, no, I must stay on this world to act against anyone who would dream themselves the next God of Magic.
Just, walking about in the spawn zone. Those people with magic missile in boars. Like, well, motherfucker.
I got tabs on you. I'll check
Yeah.
back in a
I'm
couple.
watching you. Yeah, I mean, that's no joke. Yeah.
As soon as anyone reaches epic tier, that's it. Boom, show up on their doorstep.
Yeah, well, you like magic? Okay, well, too bad for you.
You have there's the old, like, what if the Lich just showed up in the first room of the dungeon when the adventurers were low level? But this is like before they become adventurous. Before they have the
Yeah.
opportunity to. Just
Yeah, I figured,
welcome to
as divine-
Vasicatrix's magic school.
I'll
Both
yeah. Just put on like the spectacles that can like see, the nature of people. And I was like, oh, divine, beep, 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 beep. Nuke them. Just, done. All right,
Yeah.
next.
But if you end up becoming a god, it's all right, man. Shoot, I need you. I'm gonna need you to.
Well,
Yeah,
you,
I
you're
don't
chosen.
ask.
Yeah.
I tell.
Manchun the chosen. Yeah.
No,
Getra,
Manchun is
you are
never
my
gonna be a
chosen,
fucking
Getra.
chosen.
And Getra's like, well, I'm eating.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
I'm about to
okay,
murder
that's
some hot dogs right now. Whole lasagna in one bite. Ah,
yes.
That's a murder.
got some bloody steak here.
I mean, I couldn't
whole
even imagine.
whale.
I'd be like, yeah,
And the main's like,
someone's
well,
getting divine power from this. Like this is.
the main's like, well, that's not exactly what I was looking for.
Well, but it's the
Subdomain
behold.
creation?
But Gethra said it though. You know, it's like, well, I don't agree, but also, you know, it's not some. It's Gethra who said it though. Like,
Is-
you
is-
know.
Is Getra the only character that your character could not be angry at?
I mean,
Like, what if he showed up and was like, he started wearing like red? You just had like this like red like cape around him. I hear it, you know, it's a good color for me.
it's not though. It clashes with his natural complexion and the eye. Like, you know, just saying. Like, you wanna.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I've multi-classed into a beholder wizard.
Yeah,
The
that might be a
mage
problem.
hand.
Well,
He didn't have hands.
yeah, it's a real problem. Why would he
know.
use hands? He's got a big mouth.
He does the beholder thing, which is disintegrate anything that's in his way. So he doesn't really
Yes,
need to
I
move
love that.
anything.
It's the grace, like, oh, Gethra's going somewhere in the city. He just crashes through until he's there. That's why most people go meet him, you know? And he's my
Oh.
secretary.
Yeah. I also did enjoy imagining Zalaznar as like the one manning the
Yeah.
receptionist desk for the Grey Dragon. Martain even recommended it. He's the
Hello.
chosen Sylvanas. So.
Yeah, I mean, he's the voice of being unreasonably quiet and slow. So, you know.
So there
Let's
you go.
not be hasty.
It's like, can I meet Monsieur Littier? It's like,
Yeah.
the seasons will tell. What season?
Yeah,
You
know.
yes. What season?
the Hell Messenger is lucky I didn't refer them to Zalaznar
Yeah,
to determine
true.
like whether it would be.
See, even if I referred to any of my servants, the response to an imp would much be the same, probably.
Oh
I
well.
know. The Black
Gethra-
Network is
Gethra-
rife with people who ate it
Gethra
up.
would eat it.
If he could.
Mm.
Oh, I just like its body just vanished as soon as I killed it.
Oh, that would be real mad.
Bring me more.
Because it got sent back to hell.
Summon him back.
I want that imp back.
Bring me someone with the real gate spell.
my lord, we don't know which imp it is. Bring it back.
It's 20,000 gold to summon one of these devils for real. I mean, it's just an imp.
You permanently summon an imp to the prime material plane to eat it.
I mean, Gethra
there-
would do it if he thinks it's his imp.
He
You
doesn't like eating money, but he could.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his table. He can eat all. No,
Well,
listen,
he's
he
an
can eat all the hot
aberrant
dogs.
monster who can digest pretty much anything. So
Yes,
Yeah.
incredibly, since he's mostly brain and eye. You
Yeah.
know.
The true schism that will happen between our characters is when the Green Dragon politely insists that that a beholder is an aberration, and so you know.
looking at it like a dissected schematic of a beholder, it just doesn't make sense.
Like,
where
this is
does
not
it
a
go?
natural thing.
It's just mouth and eyeballs. Should not be around.
Well, can he be the last one? Just
You
play
don't-
all the other.
Kill all the other things first.
Yeah.
How reasonable. Like,
You know.
I like that. The Black Dragon isn't I don't care, it's well, how about just making him laugh?
Yeah,
take
he's
care of
not-
there's so many others
They'll keep
first.
coming, you know. So
Yeah.
that's fine. And also, you know, can you just Gethra? He's sitting there eating by his table with, like, you know, a tablecloth around his so he doesn't spill on, you know,
Yeah.
His
Well-
non-existent torso. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at any moment, like this beholder, this eye tyrant, could change its mind, or
Well,
be convinced or swayed away from the tables to
Take his food.
corrupt the world.
You
Like-
know.
Like
Then
the Black
yes, he will
Obelisk could
corrupt it.
return.
His evil schemes will take over.
Devour all
Look,
of it.
Emmy
Yeah.
knows more so than anyone how simple this beholder is. She was the first to discover it.
True.
You're like, I want food. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to hate on, you know.
That's also
honestly.
probably the reason she doesn't give a damn. Like,
Yeah,
it's
like-
just whatever.
It's
Like,
pretty
as far
harmless.
as like beholders go,
He actually acts mostly like a monstrous creature, you know.
Like,
Just
this could be so much worse.
I
mind
mean,
flayers.
he found Westgate, and just if you're beholder there, it's not a bad place.
Yeah, I mean, especially not now. He's my beholder, so
Even better.
he
It's
gets
you know,
whatever he wants. Really.
I did lament that you didn't tell the Cormyrian Queen that that all considerations about tax documents could be filed with Duke Getra.
Oh, that'll be later. Be like, oh yeah, I'm ascending now. By the way,
That's
Yeah,
right.
forward
Remember
thinking.
what I told you? Yeah, but the Hobgoblin Vampire? Well, yeah, that's still true for Westgate, but
yeah,
other
that's the
concerns.
thing. I mean, there's like with Symbia, I was like, yeah, you know, I don't want to have to control that. I don't give a shit. Give me tax money. That's fine. When I'm a god, I'm probably not gonna care as much. It's true. Like,
Let's see
I
what,
can't use the money.
what the Queen said there was, so, you're the government. You don't necessarily need people who steal from you to give it to you. You can just have
Yes.
it.
Yeah. And I was like, that sounds great. And she was like, I'll do it. And I was like, all right, yeah. And also, what is really a point is also that she refuses to leave anything for Manjun.
Yeah.
Like, he will not be the ruler of Sempia when she's gone. He's lucky if he survives. It might just be like, all right, I'm about to ascend. All right, I'll go kill Manchun first, and then.
the
your
hell of it.
last act would be to kill Manchun.
Yeah, no, he's a snake, and he knows it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Like,
so
But he's
I'm-
smart,
I'm
Well,
going to
that's
treat
useful.
myself to slaying one more wizard.
I'm
Yeah.
useful, am I not?
yeah. Yes. Oh, all right, that might be pushed up now that I have a throne and I can take all the knowledge of people whose skulls are by it.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Next session, viewers, if we can all actually get together and hold our computers intact.
Yeah, with duct
The
tape.
death of Manchu?
Yeah, it might just be.
the real one.
I'm starting to look at people in a very different view.
What if I didn't have to ask you and
It's so
have you say
bothersome,
no ever?
you know. Yeah, try and ply it out of people. I could just kill them, which I'm good at.
I wonder, like, she considers doing it to her hags, and like, no, they don't actually know anything. They do
Yeah.
like their fucking hag magic.
Yeah, it's not useful. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Damn it.
He was just like Ganasar. He must know a lot of stuff, but he's just only philosophy. It's like, oh yes, what would you like to know about existence? And
If you actually want that, you could just go to him.
Yeah,
It's not like
you
he's hiding
exactly.
that
You
one.
sit in the throne, and immediately
I
next
don't want
to you,
him in my house.
the big dragon talking to you, just talking, and talking, doing what he would do naturally in a court, which is
Yeah. Oh.
It's like, oh, good job. You've collected all the Pokemon. You can't get rid of this one.
Yeah. No. Stuck in your kid. Yeah.
technically
That's the one
removable
soul you're like, Ganazar, you can stop now. And
Yeah. Please leave me alone.
Is there anyone else who has anything to say? He's like, yes, we should
Anyone
listen.
else with
Oh,
I've
no.
actually been speaking with all of them, little one, and none of them actually know anything else about this subject. They've all elected me as the best representative, the only representative.
Oh.
The true Christmas gift is be like when you sit on the throne. If I if I find like that cloud giant and have the skull right there, the one who taught you about the giant
Yeah.
runes.
Oh, hello.
How did
Yeah.
you get here?
Just realized I buried the chosen of Umpally in the dirt. I wonder if his skull's still there. And my friend back forever. That seems like it was really cruel, considering
Griffith,
that I buried him there so he was not undead anymore.
Griffith, you're not going to use any of these other gold slots, right? All right,
Yeah.
Manikai, here's what I want.
Just Pokemon around
Yeah.
this map. All right. Well, I mean, I'm excited.
Next week, everyone. Skull collection.
Yeah. I mean, as
Ah,
an evil dragon, I feel like it's overdue, really, to have some skulls lying around by my throne. I feel like,
Yeah. Before we disconnect, did you update your token to level 30, Ari?
yes, I did.
All right, I took care of that as well.
all right. Good to know.
I got the feat to give me more reflex, because,
50 reflex? Ugh,
hey, yo.
disgusting.
But the archers.
Yeah, but look at my fucking wisdom. My will. 42. Oof.
You don't need
Right.
will, right?
Yeah, against the magic person, no, definitely not.
All these assholes, they use reflex anyway. It's rude. How am I supposed to use my metal fee when they use reflex? I want to take 0 damage when they miss me, but they just keep targeting reflex, Mom.
It must be hard. Must be hard to
is.
have such a good other defenses.
It is hard, you know. My defenses improved one final time because we reached level 30.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. My AC did not, sadly.
I look at them and I mean, it's half your level. You're level 30.
Oh, you're right. Let me see here.
That's what I'm talking about.
I
Like,
did not.
I mean, half your level is now is 15.
Yes. Well.
So yes. To look at my numbers and realize I can't make them go any higher. There's no more.
Yeah, that's what hurts me about the 42. It's very low.
Been cut off.
You know. But I
Tragic.
already have Epicville and Ironville, and nothing else stacks.
It's really not that low.
It's not. Pretty alright. Yeah. You've done what you can.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't even have Epic Will. I just have the thing that gives me +2 and then 10 psychic resist.
Yes, well, you know.
I guess I'm getting a will from other things.
Must be nice.
Well,
What was your favorite part of the session, Manikai? Was it that we had it?
you know, I like that part.
Yeah, me too. Gee, against, like, it would have been so easy just be like, fuck.
It's always fun for me to lay out the bit of hints of what's going on before you have enough context to know what it means,
Yeah,
and then have
yeah.
the genuine reactions and wonderings. That's always amusing.
Foreshadowing. Look at this world building, everyone. And Aerie wants all of it, every step of the way.
It's true. Just,
That's right.
Oh,
She's enabling her brother,
like-
and her brother's enabling her.
like Gethra, eating the hot dogs. I just want all the fucking lore. Just put it here in front of me.
That's what I said. It made.
Yes, that's what you prepared. Like, oh yeah,
Some
Gethra.
point Gether has to eat hot dogs. like
So
having
many.
like an
Or
old
the, like,
steam train, a
pale
man with a
pink
shovel
ones.
just sort of scooping them in there.
Yes. I
Uh,
mean, now we're getting into like Game of Thrones territory here.
I'm gonna miss this ride, but it ain't over yet.
Yes.
It's been good, everyone.
Wait, oh yeah.
Yes.
There's things.
I'm fucking done with you both. Take care.
Bye. Good night.
That
Talk to you
we
next
will,
week.
We will end the game. A little bit longer, a little talk here. Smith came back. I hope everyone had a good time. We did. And
Yeah.
if you missed any of it, it should be on YouTube tomorrow, I want to say. So good night for us. Have a nice evening, night, day, whenever you're listening to it. Bye.
Bye.